This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Residents of Nanyuki town in Laikipia County have stepped up their opposition to plans for an Ebola quarantine facility at the Laikipia airbase. The residents say they will continue protesting until the government drops the project. Speaking at a press briefing in Nanyuki, residents argued that the proposed facility could pose a health risk to the community and accuse the government of failing to listen to their concerns.
We will fight this government in the corridors of justice. We will also fight them in the streets of Nanyuki. We have called for protest. There is protest on Tuesday. We are asking the entire country to join us, to stand in solidarity with Nanyuki and say no Ebola quarantine facilities, not just in Nanyuki but anywhere in Kenya.
Remember yesterday the US government issued an advisory on travel to Kenya, like telling their members and countrymates not to travel to Kenya and to be aware about that. So that really implicates matters tourism.
President William Ruto has defended Kenya's decision to host a US-funded Ebola isolation facility, saying it will be wrong to turn away support from a long-term health partner. Speaking in Pretoria, South Africa, Ruto said the facility is part of Kenya's effort to prepare for a possible Ebola outbreak, even though there are currently no confirmed cases in the country. He said the move is aimed at strengthening disease preparedness and protecting Kenyans in the event of an outbreak in the region.
The American people and government have been partners with us on matters health for close to 25, 30 years. PEPFAR and all the other funds. American resources, American taxpayers' resources have been used to support Kenyan health infrastructure. It would be most unfortunate if on one request by the Americans to set up a facility at their cost, we would refuse. We would look very inhuman.
The Ministry of Education is calling on school principals and teachers to engage learners through open dialogue to help prevent unrest and cases of arson in schools. Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok says the government will deploy 400 additional quality assurance officers to inspect schools across the country over the next 10 days. Speaking in Nairobi during the Kenya High School Prize-Giving Day ceremony, Bitok said the inspections are aimed at ensuring schools comply with regulations and helping address issues that could lead to unrest.
It is time to open dialogue with our learners. It is not time for confrontation. It is not time for name calling. It is time to reason together and be able to get a solution to the issues affecting our schools. Why do we want to force these learners to sit for examinations if they are not ready? The learners who are willing to learn can learn. And those who want to burn their schools, we are going to go for them and deal with them perpendicularly.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called for a direct meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in a fresh effort to end the war between the two countries. In an open letter, Zelensky said it will be wrong to wait for the conflict to regain the full attention of the United States, arguing that peace can only be achieved through direct talks between Ukraine and Russia. He also proposed a complete ceasefire during any negotiations. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you indeed, and welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Lamu. It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. Na kama kawaida, today is Friday, but still It promises to be one of the best Fridays because it is the first Friday of the month. Najua kuna wengi wenu mmelipwa. Some of you are celebrating your birthdays. Some of you are celebrating your anniversaries. Some of you are probably celebrating something totally different that we do not know about and perhaps don't want to know about. But at the end of the day, it is a good day to say asante. Au sio City Muga? Uko namna gani?
Sawa.
Naona umefurahia leo. Hata venye ulikuwa umeketi kwa kiti, you know, the way you were laid back when I found you there in the office. It's like it is a good day, isn't it?
It is a good day.
Kuna kitu
that the Lord has made.
Yes. And some of these things I know because I look at your hairstyle. It's not the way it was yesterday.
Niulize.
Hata ndevu nini kuna mambo yamebadilika. Hata leo naweza tell umetumia different mafuta on your face. Whether it's lotion umebadilisha ama petroleum jelly, I don't know, but something is different.
Has the pain subsided on your foot?
Significantly. Yesterday I had a chat with a doctor friend of mine. And he prescribed something. And oh my, this foot feels way better than it felt the other 3 days.
Something to ingest or something to apply?
No, to ingest. Nilimeza your dawa. And within, can I say 30 minutes, I could feel a whole lot of difference. I could even feel like some reaction taking place on that foot. Nilikuwa na feel tu yani ni kama vitu zinajiarrange huko hivyo, ni kama muscles zinapanda zingine zinashuka, ni kama have you watched Transformers the movie? Have you watched any of the Transformers movies?
Yes,
there are about 7 of them.
I have.
Yes, I felt as though my foot was transforming into something different, like
Transformer ndio ile ambayo iko na Bumblebee.
Basi iko na Bumblebee. You see the way Bumblebee assembles and disassembles and becomes something different?
Becomes a Lamborghini.
Mara it's a Lamborghini kidogo like this. It's a small pickup truck kidogo na hivyo ndivyo nilikuwa na feel kwa mguu wangu jana.
No, the pain has clearly subsided.
But it is still there. But
no. These last few days you are clearly oppressed.
If I was
now
to give it,
you are sounding relieved.
You have no
even
idea.
your eyesight has improved.
Oh yes,
everything about you is fresh.
Kabisa. You know, if I was to give it a percentage out of 100, where if the pain level was at 100%, now it's probably at let me put it at 55%.
No, it is. There's infinitely less pain. I'm telling you.
There is.
I sit and I observe you and I could see the struggle you had with the pain.
Yes.
You don't have that struggle right now.
Yeah. So na hiyo ni tembe moja nilimeza jana usiku around 10. Yes. And it has brought a whole world of difference.
Good for you.
Yeah. So I'm supposed to take the next dose today morning at 10.
Good. After meal or...
The doctor didn't tell me with what or without what.
Alikwambia tu wewe meza.
Niambia bwana wewe endo meze hii. If there is no change in 24 hours, let me know.
Kuja eleza mimi.
Little did he know, in 2 hours max, things were different.
You're feeling good.
Unajua hata kwenda msalani ilikuanga tu shida. Lazima ningeshikwa hivi nibebwe niende hivi.
Even getting up was a problem, I could see.
You know there's a dance called Gully Creeper. Do you know Gully Creeper? This one is for millennials. Millennials ndio watajua Gully Creeper. I was gully creeping to the washroom.
To the necessary.
Nilikuwa naenda tu zile za ni kama zombie, ni kama nina watch Walking Dead.
That's You asking me if I've watched the sequel to Zombie Apocalypse?
Well, this one is not the sequel to. This one is just a standalone series. It's called but I've watched Zombie Apocalypse. This one is just called The Walking Dead. But it has spin-offs, several of them, which we shall not get into them.
I've never understood this.
Yeah.
Why would I want to pay to go and watch something that is going to scare me?
No, this one you won't pay. Actually, I think, if I'm not wrong...
Walking Dead is not scary.
No, it's not.
According to you.
I promise you it's not.
According to you.
This one doesn't have ati jump scares, the ones that umeketi hivi alafu unashtukia tu mtu amekuja kwa screen yako and then unashtuka zile hapana. Hiyo iko kwa The Exorcist. There's a movie called The Exorcist and watch hiyo. Now that one has got jump scares. Another one called The Right. There's a guy called Anthony Hopkins. He's a great actor.
Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah.
Have you seen Silence of the Lambs?
Oh yeah. Kumbe you know this guy. So now Anthony Hopkins has done a movie called The Right. Now that, my friend, The Right, like R-I-T-E, Rite, that thing is scary. If you want to jump up and down, watch The Right.
Yani, this guy is more scary than Hannibal Lecter. You know, these wazungus are very strange people.
Yes, indeed they are. They are.
Kama mtu akafikiria hizo vitu. But hiyo kitu inatembea kienda wapi?
But you know, they usually just take references from the Bible, for example, or other religious texts, and just make their own perception of what they would imagine these characters would be, and then just give them the worst possible exhibition ever.
I agree with you. It's called literary license.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there you have it.
Unajipatia tu ka license hapo. Unacheza na hiyo kitu vile unataka.
Yeah. Nitaambia Openje awaweke list ya movies zile noma kwa mtandao. So if you're following us at Radio Gen KE, you might get to see some of them.
Noma is synonymous with the scary
great
one.
Like yes, great horror movies. If you're a fan of horror movies. No, serious, CT.
Yes, you're talking to those who like horror movies. I am not among those who likes horror movies.
Okay, what kind of movies do you like?
Depends.
I'm like on a day that you're relaxing, you're just alone in the house, what are you gonna watch?
Comedy.
Okay, that's a good one.
Comedy, kuna zingine mazee unaweza cheka.
Ni kweli hizo vitu zinakuanga. I like kwanza stand up comedies. I watch lots of comedies, but also sitcoms such as 2.5 Men.
I keep looking for the comedies I watched when I was a young person. When people like Bill Cosby were acting like Uptown Saturday Night.
Yes.
Those are old movies. Those things are hilarious.
Yeah. I watched the things that you guys used to watch back in the day. They are actually very hilarious. Some of them slapstick comedy, but still hilarious. Yeah. But I also like the kind of what are they called? The kind of comedies that also make you think. Okay. Like if you don't get that what is it called? If you don't get that punchline in that one line, my friend, forget about it. Those kinds of comedies I like. So today is June what? June 5th. It is World Environment Day and International Day for the fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fish. The United Nations are the day for everything, eh?
Well, they don't have to try very hard to do that because there are so many things happening.
Yeah, because they also
all you need to do is give it a day.
They usually have World Toilet Day, which is more or less the same day as World Father's Day. No, International Men's Day or something. But anyway, today...
So somebody aligned the toilets day with men.
Exactly.
So essentially what are they trying to tell us about men?
I don't know. Yeah, but so today is World Environment Day, and also it is International Day for the fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fish.
Fish?
Yes, fish.
What is regulated fish?
You're the Luo. You tell me, you're the Luo guy. Nyinyi ndio mnajua mambo ya samaki kuliko Wakamba.
By virtue hapo ni kweli. By virtue of being a Luo,
yes,
automatically I become an expert in fish.
Si ndio ni Mjaluo, Wajaluo wanajuaga mambo ya samaki. So wewe tuambie mambo ya samaki, but yeah, unregulated fish, I think there are some fish that number one are protected. There are some areas where you're not supposed to fish. And there are also some kinds of fish, for example, fingerlings, depending on which species we're talking about, are also not supposed to be fished. So I'm assuming that would be unregulated fish. So there you go. Or is it regulated? Whatever, man. Over to you, City. Tupatie methali yetu ya leo. Usheli bado, sio?
Siku ya mwisho hivi.
Washeli wanasema vipi?
Wanasema he who is scared of work has no heart for deeds.
He who is scared of work has no heart for deeds. Okay. So if you're afraid of
work, you'll never really get anything done, will you?
No, you won't. I'm trying to align it with something else that I've read somewhere before. But I know people who also don't work. I think the Bible says they shouldn't eat. Yeah, so you can't have your cake and eat it kind of situation. Yeah? Am I making sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
You are to some degree.
Okay.
The thing is not just you can't have your that yes could apply. But you see, there are people who daydream a great deal, and in their minds they are doing things because they're daydreaming.
Daydreaming.
Mimi wale wase ambao niko na ideas zangu ni nzuri.
But
you never make a move to try and make those ideas well, let's say you don't breathe life into the ideas. So of course, they'll remain ideas.
Yeah.
Kuna watu who are very good at cheering others on, but when it comes to actually doing work,
Okay.
if you come from a large family, you'll find there are people, even when you're gathered as a family, some functional people have gone home for Christmas. If you observe carefully, they never really do anything.
Oh yeah, no, I know those kinds of people.
They never actually ever do anything. But wako tu, nani so funny, okay, yes. He does a little bit just to show, then he goes and says, but they hardly ever do anything.
Or when you assign a task to them, they assign someone else to do that particular task.
Yes, they do, and then they walk around that person, so you give them impression.
It's like they're supervising.
Yes, but they never get to do anything. Now, those are people who they were arguing never really get anything done.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you say that proverb again, if you don't mind?
I do not mind.
Hebu tuambie tena hiyo methali.
He who is scared of work.
He who is scared of work, anayeogopa kazi,
has no heart for deeds.
Hana moyo wa shughuli.
Yes.
Ama vitendo, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Because, for instance, if work needs to be done and everybody has to be hands-on, that person won't participate.
Right.
Yes. Ni wale watu wa kufanya kazi zao na mdomo.
Like you see this the recent funerals I've attended in the last month.
Yes.
There are folks who are like that. They just come, show up, but don't do anything.
No, some don't even contribute.
Yeah.
Hadi ile kidogo kuonyesha kwamba najua sina lakini wacha nichangie.
You know, even just saying, guys, what do you need done here? As you guys are doing this, can I help you on this other end? Send me to the shop, for example. Do I need to go pick someone up? Do I need to deliver something somewhere?
You have gotten to the heart of it. Because
the
thing about being at home, not everybody has the financial ability. But there's always something they can do.
Oh no, there's something, you can't be good for nothing.
No, there's something you will contribute and it will be significant.
You can't be good for nothing.
You don't necessarily have to have money.
Yes.
So hiyo. And every family has that type. Kwanza ukimpatia kiti mahali. Ideally, such a person, if they are guests, you let them entertain the guests. Because hawaishi na story.
Yes.
Yes, but
sit with them, talk to them, keep them busy.
Keep them busy. He will keep them busy. Hata wapiga story, his story. That way they are ati unampatia kazi. You'll regret it.
Thank you so much, CT. There you have it. Let's get into radiogeneration.co.ke. I can't wait to hear what our guests will say about that particular proverb. I guess we shall wait to find out. How's you? Don't force students to sit exams. This is according to PSB Talk. He told school heads yesterday. And I kind of agree with him.
No, I do not agree with him.
Can I just read what he said?
Yes.
So this is what happened. Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok has urged school administrators to stop forcing learners to sit examinations when they express concerns about preparedness, linking growing student pressure and anxiety to recent unrest witnessed in some secondary schools across the country. Now, speaking on Thursday during the prize-giving ceremony at Kenya High School in Nairobi, Bitok said schools should adopt more flexible approaches when handling learners, particularly during examination periods, to prevent tensions from escalating into destructive incidents. According to the PS, some of the disturbances reported in schools can be avoided if administrators engage students through dialogue and pay closer attention to their concerns instead of relying solely on traditional management methods. The reason I agree with him is if the entire population of students have honestly expressed that they do not want to sit for their examinations.
And the reason is?
Whatever reason they give you, which I wouldn't know why.
No. Why are they in school in the first place?
Yes. So if they have told you they do not want to, there has got to be a reason. If a significant number of students are telling you they don't want to sit for examinations. But also, if they do that, that means that you as the teachers or the institution, clearly you hadn't prepared them well for this examination, whether it's a mid-term, whether it's an end term, whether it's the beginning of the term examination.
And how do you prepare students well for an exam?
Every single day you're in class, you're engaging students.
Yes.
It is for you to know whether these students are learning or they're not. Because why would I be afraid of an exam? Okay, to be honest, I've been afraid of examinations before.
Because you haven't prepared for it.
Exactly.
And the preparation, has that got to do with the teacher?
It depends. Maybe it's just their teaching method. Maybe they haven't given me the right resources.
Do you wait for an exam to come about to raise that particular issue?
Not necessarily.
You have a whole term.
Yes, we have a whole term.
3 months.
But let's not forget that exams usually happen periodically. So
those are tests.
Exactly, but you're still being examined because they add up to the end of whatever. You see, my argument here is, by the time tunafika hapa mahali nakwambia teacher no, hata wewe unafaa kujiuliza.
The PS is reacting to the unrest that we are seeing.
Because we'd rather not lose people lives.
This particular PS is new to this particular ministry.
Yes, he is.
And there's a historical burden that he has inherited that perhaps he needs to take a little time to study and to understand.
But as a professor, he's an academician. He's been in spaces where he has probably...
Not necessarily.
He has probably, administered the examinations, rather.
Not necessarily. So, Paul, let me explain why you see I'm opposing this thing completely.
Okay.
Let's not deal with the symptom. The lack of preparedness is not the complaint to the students is not a problem. No, it's a symptom.
Okay.
By the time you have arguably an entire population of students complaining the same thing, they didn't start complaining as a group. Those complaints have existed for some time until it has reached a crescendo. Okay? It takes you back to the sort of educators you have, the training they have.
Yes.
And how it is they manage the students who are in their care, in their classrooms, when they're teaching the subjects that they teach.
True.
Because in every class, you will be able to notice that there is a problem. If you really are trained and you really have an interest in your students, you will know.
I'm for, and I agree with you for sure, you will know whether things are going south or they're going north. I'm for the idea of, if a significant population is saying no, then it's time for us to have a negotiation. We won't have exams on Friday, but we need to have these exams. First of all, let's identify what's the problem. Is it because you're not prepared? Is it my fault that I've not prepared you enough? Or is it just you as a student are not prepared enough? Fine. Once we establish, we have a negotiation.
Right there's a problem, and there's no need for that negotiation, Paul. This is not a problem that requires negotiation.
What does it require?
This is a systemic problem in this sense. Every subject has a head of department.
Yes, it does.
Every teacher will have a lesson plan, and this lesson plan is derived from a scheme of work that you have. The scheme of work is where you document what it is you want to teach, how you want to teach, so that when an inspector comes, they can tell whether the content that you are teaching aligns with what it is you say you're teaching on a daily basis. And the tests that you have are supposed to give life or to give proof as to whether what you are teaching is being understood by the students or not. Because you're actually asking them either to regurgitate what it is you've taught them or to express in their own way how they understand what you've been teaching.
Yes.
So periodically you should be able to understand whether these students understand or not. Now, the head of department has the task of ensuring that that scheme of work and the lesson plan are in order. And every once in a while, that head of department needs to go to that classroom. Yes, just to see how the teacher teaches.
I don't think I've ever seen a HOD in my school days. Coming to the class, that is.
What I'm trying to explain to you is this. You do not need to get to the point where an entire
school
student body telling you not prepare. That one, you have a genuine problem on your hands.
But we have a genuine problem on our hands. So what happens? Do we still force them to do the exam, or what happens? Because here they are saying they do not want to do the examination.
No, find out why they don't want to do the exam for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
We sit down, we listen to the problem, because as the school we could be the problem. Once we identify, then now we say, okay, fine.
It is not that we could be the problem.
You are.
Yes.
Sour. So we are the problem. So I tell these guys, one way or another, you came to school to do this. This is an examination. It has to be done. So we're not going to do it today. Agreed. But it happened. It is going to happen. You tell me when you're going to be ready so that I can do what is necessary to make sure that you're ready. That way, tuna avoid kuchoma mattress, kuchoma wanafunzi wenzetu na kukufa. Then from there, once you've identified this problem, just ensure it never happens again. Next term or next semester, things will be better.
No, it'll happen again. It'll happen again because...
The same problem.
It'll happen again.
Maybe another one, but not the same.
It will happen.
Why
it'll happen again is because you haven't changed your teachers. They're the same teachers.
Yeah.
And they are at the heart of this particular problem.
Paul. Yeah.
we never seem to understand with clarity how it is we set certain things in motion.
Yes.
And how, having set them in motion, what it is that those things morph into. Okay? Once upon a time, people who actually ended up teaching wanted to teach.
True story.
Then around the time when I was going to university, that is in the late 70s, the government and the ministry in its wisdom determined that because they needed a larger student body, this was one of those few times when the government understood the student population was increasing and you needed to train more teachers.
Yeah.
So what they would do is, if you asked, for instance, to study medicine, and medicine at that time at A level, the cutoff point was say 13 points.
Yes.
And you got 11 points. They took you to education.
I remember, yes, you telling us that, yeah.
Yes.
And I think someone else also, another guest here mentioned Udwak Amimo.
Yes. So over the years, what we've gone and done, this extremely important sector, the sector that drives the nation, literally.
Yes.
You have gone and peopled it with really very many disgruntled people. It's my theory that when you look at student unrest, students get to the point where they want to burn libraries and want to do what?
Yes.
It emanates and it rhymes and chimes with the period of time when the government determined that they must give anybody who didn't get what they wanted a course in teaching. Teaching is not for those who don't want to teach.
Teaching is a calling.
Believe me, if you have no interest in teaching, don't teach.
Wachana nayo.
Don't. Because you're going to mess up somebody's life. Or you're going to mess up a lot of people's life. Adolescents are troublesome because they themselves are troubled.
Yeah.
Not troubled in the sense that they're going bonkers.
No.
But no. They are growing and their brains are popping and there are all sorts of things happening and they're not sure. And they're trying to figure it out. Somebody who doesn't want to teach will not love their students. They will not love their work. And for teaching to be effective, you must actually enjoy it. When you like your work, the students can see this person likes what they're doing. When you're concerned about the students, you go out of your way to find out what it is that is bothering these students. So you sort out the problem. You don't wait for the thing to expand to the point where the entirety of a school body is telling you we're not doing exams.
True.
It doesn't have to get there. If there's a student who doesn't have a problem or some who have a problem, when you're concerned, you will call them aside and say, okay, what are you having difficulties understanding here?
Yeah.
How can we go about doing this? But that process of getting students to understand things better, we morphed it into situations where parents have to pay more money.
Yeah.
Why must parents pay more money when the teachers are already being paid? It is your job to ensure that these students understand what you're teaching. Not you look for extra time to teach what you should have taught in class in the first place.
Okay.
There's a multiplicity of problems with the education sector. I focus on the teacher and how it is we've managed and how this country has determined who should teach their children.
Okay.
You want the best, as in the same way you determine that if you want to study engineering, you must do well, medicine well, it should have been for education. So people who got into education were the best that we have. Their output will also be good. If you look at the people who taught your parents,
yes,
my friend, those people liked what they're doing.
Every
once in a while, don't your parents shock you at the store of knowledge they have?
Oh yes, they do.
You want to hear? Kuma, they know this. Yes, they were taught by people who actually liked what they are doing.
They were passionate about,
and the students reciprocated by respecting and honoring these people.
You would say the same about any profession, even journalism. When someone is passionate about journalism, you will even see their work is exceptional.
You will see.
Yani utaona huyu mtu venye anafanya kazi, even other journalists will be talking about that particular person. Yeah, so I agree with you. Like the doctor I spoke to yesterday, the one who prescribed the medicine that he did, he's a former schoolmate of mine from Nairobi school. Actually, he was my deskee. And he's now a neurosurgeon. That guy is very passionate about medicine. Umse ni passionate about medicine. So yesterday, because we did this tele doctor thing.
It's called telemedicine.
Yes, nilimpigia simu. And we had even the questions he was asking. He told me, fanya hivi, go take this medicine, and even 24 hours there's no change. Kuja. And nimepona.
The sort of adolescents we have are not any different from the adolescents in my time. But the ecosystem in which they exist is completely different.
True.
The stressors, the things that they have to deal with on a daily basis is very, very, very different. The competing interests and things that they have to do is very, very different.
Yeah.
So it requires a completely different type of teacher in the sense that you're trained to teach, but you need to have a certain mindset in order to be of use to this group of adolescents.
Yeah. All right. Before we get to traffic, nearly 2/3 of households still say life is worse since 2022. This is according to a survey done by TIFA. Nearly 2 years after the 2022 general election. Is it 2 years or
2022 na sasa 20, that's 4 years,
bwana. Anyway, so nearly 4 years after the 2022 general election, many households continue to report pressure on their daily living costs, with a new survey showing that most families still feel financially strained, even as small signs of recovery begin to appear in public perception. Findings released by Trends and Insights for Africa, TIFA, show about 64% of households say the economic situation or that of their families is worse compared to the period immediately after the election. Only 19% report improvement, while 18% say there has been no change. Now, the report points to a slow shift in sentiment over time. In May of last year, 75% of respondents said their situation had worsened, a figure that dropped to 64% in May of this year. Even with this decline, the overall picture remains one of continued strain for most households. There you have it. And according to the same survey, they are saying trust in President Ruto drops as 45% say they have no confidence. So 45 say they have no confidence, or 55 have confidence, or what are we saying?
If you read the report, I'm sure they go into those details.
Sawa. You will get it on www.radiogeneration.co.ke. Right now, though, siniwapatie kitu inaitwa traffic. Ala? Where is that traffic? Oh yeah, here we go. So what's happening on the roads of Nairobi? Ngong Road not looking bad at this particular hour. It is only 28 minutes to the top of the hour, so you can expect the roads to look a bit clean, for lack of a better word. Gitanga Road, Kawangware, Kileleshwa, Oloitoktok Road, State House Road, Haile Selassie, Valley Road, Raila Odinga Way, all those roads are looking clean. Traffic is absolutely beautiful. That means it's moving smoothly. Southern Bypass, Langata Road, hii barabara ya Rongai inaitangwa nini? I'm forgetting the name of that road, but yes, Magadi Road, yes, that's the name, Magadi Road looking good at this particular hour. And is there any other side of Nairobi I need to look at? Oh yeah, kuna huku kwa Mahasla, sehemu za kina umo hivi, Islando hivi, huko hata ni kama mjatoa magari leo. I say what's not happening, but I can look at when I'm looking at this road known as Outer Ring Road. It's also green, so that means that you guys are moving quite well. Then there is Jogoo Road stretching all the way from Manyanja Road heading towards Landis Road. You guys are moving quite well. Then there is Ibarabara kwenda Saika. This is Kangundo Road, yeah, also looking good. No complaints whatsoever. From the look of things, just a few spots where matatus are stopping, but beyond that, you guys are moving quite well. Watu wa Kayole hamuna shida yoyote. If I can just cross over to Eastern Bypass also looking wait a minute. So it has a few stretches of red, and I'm assuming this is caused by matatus. This is a bit different from the kawaida stop where 2 or 3 matatus are stopping and waiting for passengers. This one is matatus causing stretches of traffic, because I'm assuming they're blocking the road. But if I look at from my perception, this is probably a 1 to 2 minute delay max. Beyond that, you're moving quite well. All right, let's check out Thika Superhighway. Let me start from Kenyatta University. So if I go Kenyatta University main campus, if you're coming from Riru, no problem whatsoever. You will get to Kenyatta University and cruise past all the way to Githurai 45. If you're going to use the overpass, good for you. If you're going to use the underpass, well, you interact with the market, and that might cause a delay of maybe 2-3 minutes max. Then as you head on over to KCA, not looking bad. Garden City Mall, there's a lot of traffic. I don't know what's happening there. I'm assuming again matatu zinangojeana hapo. then you get to KCA, everything is looking good. But once you get to Utalii, brace yourself for maybe some 10 minutes of delay. I wish you all the best. Let's fly all the way to Mombasa County. Mombasa, watu wa Mombasa wambaje mwasemani, mmeamka mmelala, mmeswali, mkula mna njaa. Nikiangalia pale ni kama watu wa Mombasa, maisha yako shwari, maisha bomba. Naangalia sehemu za Tononoka huko hamna chochote, Kaloleni, Kikowani, Mzizima huko ni kama hata watu hawajitambui. Tena barabara nyingine Baringo Road kule Haile Selassie, Pembe za Ndovu, Moi Avenue. Kwanza Moi Avenue is currently empty. How can Moi Avenue be empty at 6:36?
Let me ask you, when you see traffic,
yes,
what are the drivers of traffic?
Human beings.
Yes.
Yes.
This early in the morning, what would be driving traffic in a certain direction?
Donkeys, okay, nothing.
Because Moi Avenue, which was formerly called Kilindini Road,
yes,
at the end of it, there's the port of Mombasa.
Actually, yes.
It's a commercial district.
This place called Kilindini, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There are no schools in between to speak of. There's nothing. It's just a business street.
And this is the CBD.
Yes, we are talking CBD.
Right.
And at this hour, there are no shops that are open. There are no restaurants that are open. Where would the traffic come from? There are office blocks along that road. There are banks along that road. These are places where human beings go to. At this hour, they are not opened. So where would the traffic come from?
Okay. Kwanza, there's this area called industrial area.
Industrial areas, immediately after that, you can branch out. First of all, on your left, once you're on Moi Avenue, if you traverse to the left, you go to a place called Ganjoni. I
can see Ganjoni also.
Ganjoni,
ghost town.
Yes, but it's residential.
Yes.
It's predominantly residential, and there are schools. Give another half an hour and you'll see people, the road coming alive. Yes.
Lindi ya Makupa, ghost town. Shimanzi, nothing.
But Shimanzi is going to the port. Right now, what is happening at the port?
Okay.
Even if you are a truck and you're picking up something, everything. You see, you pick up something, you have to go through a bar, you have to do this, you have to do all these things. The town is not going to be up and running right now. The only place where you might find traffic is the area of Kingeleni.
Kingeleni, Kingeleni pale kidogo, si huko sehemu za Kongoya Market.
Yes.
Huko pale Joka Hospital kule.
Yes. You'll find some traffic. Not much, but you'll find some traffic.
I think, let me tell you something. If you ever find yourself in the coast, the best time to just get out and have fun is this time. Before the sun, rises and starts boiling you, this is the time to take a drive or take a walk. Because, man, this place looks up. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I wish tungekuwa Mombasa saizi. By the way, tunafanya kipindi kutoka Mombasa. Hata unatoka tu pale unapunga hewa kidogo, unarudi pale studioni, ukishamaliza waenda pale bichi, wajilaza pale.
If you've lived in Mombasa, anyone who lives there will agree with you. This is a beautiful hour where you can even see the sunrise.
Now I understand. There's a guy we work with here. He's called Ahmed. You know Ahmed anapendanga kuishi sana huko Mombasa. Shinanga tu Mombasa huko sana. Sasa naelewa.
Mombasa is a beautiful place. Those of us who grew up there will tell you the same.
Nataka kwenda Mombasa na nitajipeleka huko one of these fine days. Let's get into the papers, and I will start with the Weekend Star. They are saying debt crisis, Treasury borrowing to pay wages and allowances.
Yes.
Nakumbuka situ kisema hii kitu sometime last year. Ukasema by the government sota.
I have said it this year also.
Wanataka kukaa nikawa kona do, but tuambiane ukweli. Kutire maudomani, kutire besha. EACC raids home of top county staff and recovers 65 million. Did you see this story?
Yeah, that story differs. There's 65 million. There are those who say it was 320 million.
No. I listened to the boss wa EACC and I'm forgetting his name. Ibrahim, I think. Is it Ibrahim? Could be wrong. But yeah, he said it is 65.3 million. And he even gave the denominations. There was some money in Kenya shillings, there was some in US dollars. Like there was 100 and something thousand USD.
100 and something thousand USD.
Yeah, like let's put it at 100,000 USD.
That's a lot of money.
You already 13 million to kivyake.
Yes.
Yeah. So 65 million in suitcases. Zingine zilikuwa ndani ya nyumba, zingine zilikuwa kwa gari.
One gets the impression that this idea of getting paid is the easy bit. How to keep that money and how to store it is difficult.
Yes, it is. Because it's very many times we hear, this official has been raided, his house has been raided, or her house has been raided.
Kenya Pipeline, did we not hear half a billion? A bit here, a bit here, a bit here. So essentially, you take the path of receiving money, because clearly that's not your salary.
Yes.
Yes, and clearly it isn't a gift of a loved relative who has left some.
It's not inheritance, yes.
No, it is not. So it is something that you have received by way of, should we say, we're not sure it's payment, but let's say it was given to you for safekeeping, shall we?
Yes.
Suitcase.
Bro, 65.3 million Kenya shillings worth of money. Hey! Kwani, how much? Like, because these are obviously bribes. This is not money you went and withdrew from.
I don't know.
These are bribes.
I can't say. I can't definitively say it is.
Because
what I can say is that by the time somebody has 65 million, it isn't as though that 65 million was given to him at a go.
No. According to EACC, because they did a presser after the arrest, walikuwa nasema these are the folks that approve, or rather he's part of the team that approves constructions within Nairobi County. So if you want your building approved in an area that you should not be constructing, si lazima umpatie zake za macho ndio akupatie approval. Hii ndio pesa anapatiwa. Now he's been in this particular office since the problem, assuming during Sakaja's time.
Yeah, but he got in somewhere in between.
Oh, so he didn't get into this office in 2022.
No, he wasn't there.
Or 23 when these guys were sworn in.
2022 he was not there in that office.
So ini pesa yani ameamass in the last maybe 2 to 3 years.
Actually, Paul, the way these things work, that money is not for you.
Oh, he's a conduit.
Partly.
He's a proxy.
There are very many interests with that money.
Okay. I thought in yake tu.
You may receive it, but it is for forward transmission.
Okay.
Some of it at least.
Then you keep a percentage.
Yes. So when such a thing happens, it means somebody spoke about it. That's why EAC had all that knowledge.
This guy had kept, because I can see from the picture of the compound, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 SUVs and 1 pickup.
That's the spirit.
So there's a Harrier, there's a Prado, 2 Prados and a Harrier, and then there's a pickup here. I think this is an Isuzu pickup. Perhaps there's another vehicle hidden in the view. I don't know.
Maybe. But those vehicles, are they his or are they the ones the EACC came with?
EACC tembeagi na Prado mzee hivi. Na yezi kuja na hii Harrier mzee hivi pia. Na EACC, I am sure si hao walikuja na hii pickup ya Isuzu.
There's a point I'm trying to make here, Paul. And that is, for this enterprise we refer to loosely as corruption to happen, it involves very many people. And what I have observed over time is whenever there is an expose, there's somebody who has been arrested.
Yeah.
It isn't that the person was involved in that activity on that day. This is something they've been doing for some time.
Yes.
And the reason they've been doing it, to some degree they are trusted to do it. And for there to be a raid, somebody is unhappy.
I agree with you.
Along that particular pipeline, there's somebody who is not happy.
Yeah. Either someone felt shortchanged, someone felt delayed, akasema bwana na kushinda nikikwambia pesa yangu lete bana ulete, si ndio? Jana ukaniambia itakuja hapa by saa 6. Juzi uliniambia by Monday asubuhi. The week before that you told me that you've traveled for your cousin's funeral.
Sawa.
So now you are not giving me this money.
Okay, sawa, kaa nayo.
Fanya hivi as a matter of fact, usinipe.
You know you're done for.
The moment someone tells you, as a matter of fact, usinipe, 2 things are coming: a coffin or the EACC.
So
Stroke
again,
DCI.
Again, somewhere along the line, because what often happens with these things, the individuals involved also tend to get a little clever and they become entrepreneurs. So unakuta mtu sasa yeye pia ameona hii pesa si lazima apatie. Kwa nini mtu siende anafanya hiyo kazi? Why should he be giving this person so much money? And the scenario you've just described happens.
Yeah. Or a situation whereby maybe we're doing this deal with you, so I received money from Edna and I'm supposed to forward to you. Me, I tell you, Edna hajanipatia kitu.
Edna has told me I've already given both.
Na mimi nakwambia Edna hajanipea. Sasa nikudanganyie nini? Edna hajanipea. Sawa? Kama amenipea muulize iko wapi receipt. Of course there are no receipts for such things. Public debt at 12.8 trillion, state to pay 2.3 trillion.
The story is incomplete, Paul.
Yes, the EACC one?
Yes, if you do not consider that the CEC finance
is missing.
Yes. And we are told that Brother Sakaja
could have aided.
He is also not sitting pretty at the moment. Okay? So, you have money found in
someone's house.
The chief urban planner's office. I mean house.
Yes, house.
You have the person who is the minister for finance
missing.
You have the governor being questioned.
Mentioned adversely.
Sure.
But you know the funny thing is because according to EACC walipata pesa kwa nyumba na gari. You know me, I cannot leave money in my car. Unajua nikiacha even 100 hiyo kitu nikulanga, I'm like, hiyo so nilitoa ama iko kwa dashboard bado.
Paul, this
guy left millions in his boot.
Yes, it is because that is something he has been doing for some time. That speaks of habit. The caution that you speak of, he probably had it.
Yeah.
This has happened so often. He is comfortable with it being in the boot. It's not something that bothers him. There's a certain element of caution that he may have had before. He no longer does because he figures he's fine.
Yeah.
And what it also means is that along this chain, all these there are people who are within the security apparatus who are also involved. People who have been taken care of. So because they've been taken care of, there's the assumption that you need not worry.
Yeah.
They will not come because they've been taken care of. And then you find there's like a reshuffle and some new people have come in.
Then now they come.
And then they don't know that story.
Yes.
Then they're told go, they go.
Yes.
They told arrest,
they arrest.
Yes.
Kesi baadaye.
Hiyo utakuja kuongea.
Lakini si kesi kama hii itaenda mahali kweli. Acha tu niulize kama Mkenya. Let me just ask as a normal Kenyan.
Why don't I answer you by asking a question?
Yes.
Ile kesi ya Kenya Pipeline ilienda wapi?
Hata tulishasahau.
Precisely so. Let's go to another story.
Public debt 12.8 trillion, state to pay 2.3 trillion in loan repayments next year. How Moi Varsity was sidelined in 2.6 billion Rivertex lease. One day, one time, someone will have to answer on these issues of university. New disaster Joe faces first major test as threat of El Nino looms. You know, there's one person who's commented on this issue of this 65.3 million. Anaitwa Lightright amesema, and the campaign money is there. You know, you wonder why during campaigns these guys have got liquid cash.
The liquidity isn't now. Paul, the activities that bring in the money have been going on when this government came in, before this government came in, and the county governments have existed through that period and beyond it. No, we are highlighting it now, but for this to be what it is and for that amount of money to be there, this is not something that took place last week or started taking place the week before. This has been going on for some time. And it was going on long before this particular gentleman who finds himself in the eye of the storm got into that position. What do you think was happening with the person who was in his job before him?
You know, this person is in a very unique position. Things could either go north or south for him, because it's either the folks that he's been collecting this money for help him get out of this very tricky situation, or they get rid of him.
It is not difficult to get out of that situation. He just needs to go and beg for forgiveness, and he should pray that he has other money stashed away somewhere.
Si timu tu kama huwezi kosa pesa ingine. Hata I'm sure kuna nyumba fulani ushago imefichwa pesa huko. Kuna mahali amechimbia pesa inakaa ni kama ni choo lakini si choo, pesa imefichwa huko. Kuna mahali inakaa ni kama ni chicken shed, mahali kuku zinakulia lakini pesa imechimbia huko. Kuna mahali ng'ombe zinakula zikiachilia kinyesi lakini pesa zimefichwa chini huko.
This guy doesn't watch the movies you watch, Paul.
Oh, he doesn't watch Narcos.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't know Pablo Escobar.
No, he doesn't have.
Acha tuangalie gazeti ingine. But still on the Star here, 4 killed and 15 injured after matatu overturns in Nairobi. Did you see this matatu that overturned yesterday?
No.
Kwanga mbaya sana. Daily Nation. Why housing levy will last for many years, eh? Now here's the twist. The government plans to use cash from the 1.5% affordable housing levy as collateral for a 100 billion loan in a process known as securitization, signaling that the deduction could become a near permanent feature on workers' payslips. Where did City Hall man get 65 million in cash? It's a very good question. Kenyan American officials send out different signals on Ebola facility. What exactly are these signals, yeah? Kenya and the US government cannot agree on who will use the Ebola facility in Nanyuki, whether it is a quarantine or an isolation center. Remember what I told you? And the basis of the deal. Officials are contradicting themselves at every turn. Unakumbuka nikwambia parliament Ishungu alisema hii kitu ni isolation. Haya, State Department ya US inasema quarantine. President anatuambia hii kitu ni ya sisi wote. America inasema hii kitu ni ya Americans.
You cannot start with just having an isolation center before. Look, the number of people who are at risk are those who've been exposed. Those are the people whose status you would like to determine. Somebody who is already infected and clearly are showing symptoms of infections.
Who are no isolation.
Yes, but even as we're talking right now, even in DRC, they already have places where they isolate such people. It's not that they don't have it. No. What you're referring to in this one, they're trying to bring up, is what you call a specialist quarantine and isolation center.
Yeah.
The sort of place where the treatment that the Americans would go for in America is now available. Remember, every time you've had this, and Americans who were either working for whatever body they were and got infected, not got exposed. When they went to America, they were treated and they were well.
Okay.
The scaremongering tactic of we will not allow Ebola into bro. Ebola haitaki visa. Inatembeaga na binadamu.
Uko na gazeti gani hapo before nisome zote?
Mimi niko na Business Daily.
Haya.
And this is what we are saying. Wajua hii business, hii Kenya hii kuna mambo mengi sana. Top banks, this is bank in the middle of the paper,
yes,
hold 5.7 trillion assets as loans collateral. Okay?
Top banks.
Top banks zile ambazo ziko na news. You got title deed, nini, logbook ya bagari,
yes,
na kadhalika na kadhalika. God Almighty. SACCOs KEPSA fight KRA bid to raid bank accounts. Unajua? KRA now wako na bidii sana. Let me just read a bit so that you understand.
Please.
SACCOs are the latest to push back against plans to allow the Kenya Revenue Authority to raid taxpayers' bank accounts to in the middle of contested tax demands, warning of potential cash flow pressures and operational disruption. You know, there is this issue that borders on confidentiality.
Yes.
The reason why banking works, among other things, is because of the confidentiality element. The banks will not give information about your bank account and everything in it to anybody. You hata peana unless you get a court order.
Okay.
And for the court to give you that order,
you have got to show reason.
My friend, you really.
Why do you need these details?
Yes, you really have to show. So there's a process. But this one, while it's being fought, you don't need to go through that process. It is not that one cannot access the account. You can.
Yes, it is the manner in which you will access it.
But now, this one is that KRA just decides. Wanasema pana.
Tupatie account ya mbuvi.
Yes. The problem with that thing, you may even have good intentions. What if it's abused?
True story.
Sasini terminates sale of 7.9 billion coffee estate. Why on earth would Sasini do that? Well, I think I know why. Coffee is making money right now. You want to sell this thing when you think it's not making money, or you think you'll make more money if indeed you sell it. If there's a chance that you're going to make more money retaining it, Why on earth would you want to sell it?
Good question.
Borrowers fight ABSA's demand for instant payment of loans due in 2039. Yani kuna watu waliboro pesa. Mortgages. So hiyo pia nikusomea kidogo.
Soma.
Okay. The High Court has temporarily blocked the ABSA Bank from auctioning a set of commercial properties in a bid to an 80 million loan due in 2039 after the borrower missed a single payment installment.
Shida kubwa.
Yeah, this one, whoever it is, if this story is absolutely true as I'm reading it, it's going to create a fuss because that is actually breaking the law. So this isn't the whole story.
Yeah.
It actually can't be the whole story.
It's part of.
Yes, equipment failure cuts admissions at Mathare Hospital by 82,000.
At equipment failure does what?
It cuts admissions at Mathare by 82,000. Let me read it down. A breakdown of equipment, including a CT scanner, locks an estimated 82,000 people from accessing inpatient service at Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital during
82,000.
Lakini hisi sasa was during the 2024-2025 financial year, according to disclosures.
Norma.
Me, I'm tired of reading bad news.
Can I read more bad news for you?
You read bad news.
Rot at City Hall. This is on the Standard. Of course, they are still back on this particular story. Cash seizures, corruption investigations, contempt of court cases, police pursuits, and allegations of shielding close allies have plunged Nairobi City Hall into one of the most turbulent periods in its recent history, as senior county officials find themselves at the center of controversies. Questions are mounting of accountability and governance within Governor Johnson Sakaja's administration. Now, the arrest of Urban Development and Planning Chief Officer Patrick Analo, weeks after Finance CC Charles Kerich was sentenced to jail for contempt of court, has intensified scrutiny of the county administration. Let me ask you, for me to set up a building just in an illegal space, how much money would I need to bribe?
It depends on how big the development should be.
Are we talking about hundreds of thousands or millions?
No. There's no hundreds of thousands here. If you're willing to go to the point where you want to enact an illegality,
yes,
then it means that whatever you're doing must be worth a lot of money. That's why you want to take that risk.
Yes. So here we are talking about millions.
You're talking about hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions?
Yes.
What on earth am I setting up that will cost me a bribe worth 100 milli? That's let's call it 1 million USD. What am I constructing that is worth that much in bribes?
Well, because your building may actually have a value that is more than that. That's all.
Yeah. Nitembee hivi na mapesa hivi mamilioni naenda kupatia mtu pesa hivi eti ni bribe ndio nijenge nyumba kwa riparian land, for example.
This is one of those situations where you need to think outside the boundaries of how you would do it. This isn't something that began with this government. It didn't begin with this county government. It did not begin with the Uhuru government. It didn't begin with the Kibaki government.
For sure. Okay,
so what we started off as a cottage industry is now a full-scale industry. These activities in this Kenya, they're industrial scale now.
Yes.
Okay. The problem industrial scale, everybody in that pipeline sees themselves as an entrepreneur who should benefit. Okay.
And then you meet these folks out here, and they tell you, "Bwana, work smart."
You really need to work hard.
Sasa mbona unasema you're broke aje na venye kuna opportunities in Nairobi?
I mean, you live in Kenya. Why don't you open your eyes? You think, what is this person talking about? Really? No. But wajua unachanga. Anaongea nini? They are those ones.
They look at your struggles and they just wonder. They're like, how can a movie struggle? Why is a movie struggling?
That is a precursor to them telling you how, this latest car they have bought. Bwana, wajua nilibagain sana bwana. Wajua alikuwa anataka 20M. Lakini alikubali akanipa at 17. You think, ati?
Yeah.
You bought a car worth what?
Yeah.
Okay. 20M.
Right.
So the property you have is worth what? Because hiyo ni property umemaliza kabisa, na hata ni flat umemaliza finishing kila kitu, watu hata wameanza kukulipa rent.
There's another time I was having a conversation with someone who works in Gava. So I told him, by the way, bana, si huku kwenyu hakuna opportunities? Kanambia mbuvi uwezani. Nikuuliza kwa nini? See, I have qualifications. Kanambia huku 3 things. Number 1, hard work. I said, come on. Hard work? I got it. Kanambia number 2, God. Nikasema, bro, I'm a Catholic. Kanambia number 3. Aliniambia you have got to be corrupt to survive. Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Directorate of Criminal Investigation says 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murder of Reverend Julius Ngari of PCA Tabuga Church in Nakuru North. The suspects, identified as Felix Okumu and Beryl Nafua, were arrested following forensic examinations and intelligence-led investigations by DCI detectives and other specialized units. Police say investigations into the 2 suspects have been completed and the case file has been forwarded to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for review and further action. Students at Upper Hill School in Nairobi were sent home on Thursday as a precaution following growing cases of unrest in schools across the country. In a notice to parents and guardians, the school management said there were signs of restlessness among learners and decided to close the school temporarily to protect students and maintain order. Parents were asked to pick up their children immediately, with the school saying the move was aimed at preventing any possible disruption amid rising incidents of student unrest in several schools. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna is urging the government to urgently release a detailed El Nino preparedness plan. Speaking in the Senate, Sifuna said weather forecasts have already given authorities enough warning to prepare for possible heavy rains and flooding. He called on the government to act now by putting in place measures to protect lives, property and infrastructure instead of waiting until disaster strikes.
We want to be told the national government must now tell us or publish a comprehensive El Nino preparedness response plan. We want to know what to do in the event of certain happenings. We want to see emergency evacuation centers being set up, and all of us should know where those things are. And lastly, Senator Ledama, because when things like this happen, some people take advantage and see a gravy train. We want proper transparency and accountability for any monies that will be utilized in handling this El Nino problem.
The Central Organization of Trade Unions, COTU, is calling for global rules to guide the use of artificial intelligence or AI in workplaces. COTU Secretary General Francis Atoli says without proper regulation, AI could threaten workers' rights, increase inequality and leave many people behind. Speaking at the 114th session of the International Labour Conference, Atoli asked the International Labour Organization to lead efforts in developing international standards to address labor challenges arising from the rapid growth of AI technology.
On artificial intelligence, Mr. President, will largely depend on how we are working towards establishing standard setting for the institutions and individuals who depend on both artificial intelligence and smart digital inclusion. We maintain that progression from attachments, internships to long-term contracts should be subject to prevailing labor regimes in our country.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has reaffirmed his country's support for efforts to strengthen Africa's preparedness and response to Ebola outbreaks. Speaking during a media briefing alongside Kenyan President William Ruto in Pretoria, Ramaphosa said Ebola remains a major health concern for the continent and called for closer cooperation among African countries. He said South Africa will continue supporting continental health bodies including Africa's Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to improve disease surveillance and outbreak response.
Ebola, clearly, as President Ruto has said, it's a pandemic. It's a pandemic that should concern all of us on the African continent. And as South Africa's role is the champion for the prevention of these pandemics, we have been quite deeply involved in the process of dealing with Ebola on our continent. But as South Africa itself, we've decided that we will be very proactive.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Munga Lambuvi and this is the People's Breakfast. Nakama Kawa Kama K. This is the hour where we get to have some very good conversations. In this particular hour, I want to talk about the role of the family in managing the current crisis in schools. You know, we've been witnessing all this unrests. Some of them, like CT was saying yesterday, are just copycats because there's absolutely no reason why your school is striking. They're just saying, sinani wameenda home, siara si twende home. And we used to have a lot of that, but even in the universities, sometimes you'd be like, yoenu wameenda hata si twendeni, kwani shida iko wapi? Kwani hao ndio wanajua kufunga barabara, hata si tunaweza funga barabara. Now that I think about it, it was very juvenile thinking.
Yes, in a sense it is. But look at it this way.
Yes.
How else does a young person express themselves?
I know, right?
Beyond speaking. And how do they get the attention of those who are older?
Good question.
But that actually is a secondary question. The primary question, have they been trying to get the attention and haven't gotten it yet?
Perhaps, maybe.
Because when extremities now become the norm, then you have to ask that question. Why have we gotten here?
True. Before I introduce our guests, wacha nisalimia watu wawili haraka sana. Lydia Cherono saying, good morning my people. Bruce Lee, good morning guys. Could anxiety over AI taking future jobs be a driving factor behind students banning schools? Well, Bruce Lee, that's a very good question. We shall also be asking our guest the same. Jimmy Kwan, good morning team. Good morning to you too. Danson Kenya, good morning. CTN Mbuvi. Mbuvi, this country is a robbery without a break. I agree. Motovia anasema,
what exactly do you agree with?
Tunaibua kila mahali without breaking. Si City Hall, si
wewe na nani?
Si mimi na wewe.
Nani endelea.
Unajua daktari huyu mtu ako na shida. Haya. Mutothi anasema, good morning Mbuvi and City. The government is broke but living large, taxing citizens how they feel like. Yes, I also agree. Do you agree?
Yes.
Eunice Okela anasema, good morning gentlemen. Danson anasema, Paul, that's why there is no money in circulation due to stealing and in cash. And then Michael Olande.
No, that's not the reason why there isn't money in circulation.
Why don't we have money in circulation? Since you're an economist.
I'm not an economist. I'm just a citizen who likes reading. If the government is the primary borrower of financial institutions, then it's that same money that citizens could go and borrow. It's that same money that is used by people who are in business to expand their businesses.
Yeah.
And so the more people borrow, the more money in circulation.
Wacha nifikirie kama layman. Si serikali imeborrow so much money internally from our commercial banks. And they've used that money to pay off loans huko. So maybe that's why we do not have money in circulation.
But you're right, it's crowding out. Because if the government has borrowed that amount of money,
yes,
well, there's a limit how much money will now then be available for other people who...
True.
Yes. So essentially, you are curtailing that circulation.
Michael Olande.
But Paul.
Yes, sir.
There is also a part we play. We also hoard.
We hoard money?
Yes, we do. when you feel that things
Who
aren't
on
quite,
earth? Who is holding money now?
no, that's you. When you hear of the per capita and you hear of how high it is, you are not the greatest influencer.
Okay.
All you need is a few exceedingly wealthy group of people, and suddenly the per capita of the nation is very high.
Okay.
And you're wondering, kwani mimi sina pesa au wengine watu wako wenye pesa wako.
Aya. Michael Olala amesema good morning, welcome to the weekend. Njenga Jogo amesema I'm really waiting for that Sophie such a movement. Danson Kenya amesema city issue of local borrowing is secondary. Aya, sawa. Let's get down to business and talk about this particular hour. But before we do that, we shall ask Dr. Njoki Fernandez to decipher, or rather discuss, not really discuss, but give us her opinion of today's proverb. Dr. Good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning and thank you very much for having me. It's a real pleasure.
We are glad that you could make it to have this very important conversation.
Absolutely.
City has got a very important proverb that he will share with you. Then you'll tell us your thoughts on it.
Okay.
He who is scared of work has no heart for deeds.
He who is scared of work has no heart for deeds.
Yes, if you're afraid of work.
Why does that sound like a PhD question? Well, that's true, and I think this is probably we can even bring it into our conversation today. That because work is what allows us to function. Work is what allows us to be productive. Number one, gives us dignity as people, and then allows us to earn our keep. And if you're afraid of work, you still have to eat, you still have to sleep. So what do? You find a way of surviving by other means that is not necessarily very legal, because you still have to eat, you still have to pay rent. But if you're not able to work decently, then now you'll still have to find another way to survive. And I suppose that's what I would think. If we are afraid to work, then we will not be able to earn decent living, and all these things that we are seeing that you guys have been talking about will be a part of that.
I also had a similar definition, because I equated it to what the Bible says, like those who don't work
should not eat. Exactly.
I like that. Like that. All right. So Daktari, you're a school health and safety consultant. Maybe you can just let us know the scope of this particular definition of this particular title for today's conversation.
Okay. So this is one of the many hats that I wear, and people always ask me, because I'm an obstetrician gynecologist.
You don't say.
That's my background.
Okay, school health and safety consultant.
So,
OBGYN.
Yes, I'm an OBGYN, and I am also a university lecturer. I work at the Kenya Methodist University. I train the next generation of medical professionals.
Wow.
And then during COVID, I found myself in this space of school health and safety. That time, we were working with Kesha to try to figure out, how do we reopen schools? Remember that time schools had been closed for a very long time. And that is how I started this journey of figuring out, what are the issues, because they had to come up with a manual, they had to come up with processes, they had to come up with systems. And this is how I started interacting with people in this space, visited many schools, had very many engagements, many engagements with principals, with head teachers, with schools, with teachers. So it's something that came out of trying to solve a problem. Now it has become a passion, and it's looking like it's going to end up being my day job very soon. But so it's one of the many things I do. Also, for purposes of today's conversation, I'm a mother of 5.
Ah, nice.
And I'm a mother of 5, and I've had 4 of them are Gen Z. So this business of the family getting involved in the family is something that I live every day. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. So 4 Gen Zs, 1 millennial, or 4 Gen Zs, 1 alpha?
One alpha.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa.
Yes.
Good to know. What are your thoughts on the current wave of unrest that we're experiencing? And this is not the first time we've seen waves whereby there's a time, I remember, schools would just go on strike, it's like they were following a certain pattern, trying to compete or outcompete each other as far as who's going to go home, who's going to cause the most damage. But this particular one is a bit different, because a school has burnt down, People have been arraigned, children have been arraigned in court. They're facing murder charges, arson charges, but despite that, we have others attempting something similar. What is wrong?
I think we must understand how these young people think. Looking at these kids who have been charged with murder, the oldest is 17. I looked at the court, what is it called? The ruling that was given. So the oldest is 17, the youngest is 15. Those kids.
Are you talking about the charge sheet?
Yes. No. The ruling.
The ruling.
The ruling that put them in remand for 21 days.
All right.
So they've been listed there. And I was thinking, one child, the oldest is 17, the youngest is 15. That's Form 3, Form 1. And the majority of them are Form 2s. Now, we all know how Form 2s think. They're not very forward thinking. They think of the now. They don't think of consequences even 10 minutes down the road. And it just shows you by the way they executed this particular incident that they didn't think of a major consequence, which would be, what if this thing goes wrong? What if I'm arrested?
What if people die?
What if people die? What if I'm in jail for the rest of my life? If the school closes, where do I go? If I'm in Form 4, where will I sit my exam? So they do, when you're taking a decision that is this big, we as adults, we do a kind of a SWOT. We think through. They don't. They're very impulsive. And that is one of the problems we're seeing with these children. So they're thinking, the others have gone home. Where are we not? How do we get to go home? At least now I'm seeing some of the schools that are closing. They're negotiating. They're going to the principal and telling him, as we want to go home. But some feel that the only way they can be heard is to cause distraction, not realizing that there's a justice system. There's the law that protects people's lives and people's property. So that lack of awareness is something that we need to realize is a weakness in these children. But unfortunately, they have to face the consequences.
Yeah.
And because if we were adults, we would execute it differently, isn't it? We wouldn't do it like that.
We've seen some pretty, like City likes to say, Pia Wajinga, they grow up.
Yeah, that's true.
Fools also grow up. But there's something you said about Form 2s and the fact that they are not perhaps, did you say forward thinking?
Yes, they're not very mature mentally.
Yeah.
Their prefrontal cortex, the one that thinks that
this has got something to do with their anatomy as well.
Their neurological
it's
development.
the mental development.
Yeah, neurological development, the way their brain capacity is. And so we'll go down that road, and we are talking about parental involvement and how we supervise these children. We can't leave them to make certain decisions alone because they do not have the capacity, and we can see it in the way they behave. I don't know whether you've lived with a 16-year-old in your house. I mean, I have one. I've lived with the 4.
I haven't.
You look at them and think, for all their smartness, these kids are not very clever. They still need to be helped to gather their clothes and to organize their timetable. They keep losing things. No matter how much they talk smartly and they look like they're put together, they're not.
They might know calculus, but but I understand now. There's something the PS for Education, PSB Talk said yesterday. He said, if this unrest is because of exams, you really do not have to administer these exams under this particular condition. What do you think? And of course, I'm paraphrasing. He didn't exactly put it that way, but what do you think of those remarks?
Okay, I don't think the unrest is about exams. What started in one school now has become a wave. Yeah, a wave that is now almost ridiculous. I saw overnight, I think even St. George's has been told to go home, Mangu has gone to. And then you see now these are the big schools. So they're setting their precedents now for. So I think what the PS should have done, honestly, is to just tell the children, go home. Let them come to us. Remember, children belong to the parents. And let the parents sit down and agree with these kids. What do you want?
Yeah.
What is going on? What we agree. Are we tutasoma ama tutasoma? Because
he said midterm is not coming early. He said if it was scheduled for I think it's scheduled for the 24th.
The week of 22nd.
Yeah, to come here. He said it's on schedule and nothing is changing.
It's never that serious.
Can I ask a question? In this day and age, how do these young Kenyans understand just the simple concept of discipline?
Dr. Yeldova, back to you.
Again, and that's why we are here. These children are a mirror of our society. Yes, we've just loaned them to the school for an education, but they've come from homes. So the way they were raised.
So they mirror their homes.
They mirror the homes and they mirror the society. Yes, they mirror the way they are raised, they mirror what they see day to day. So, for example, as a parent, you need to think, what are the values that I mirror in my children? Do I mirror honesty, sincerity, hard work, integrity? You know, if you're in the car and someone calls you and they say, hey, and nakuja, that time you're still, I don't know where. The children see when they look at your house and they cannot explain the wealth in that home because they know how much you've earned. You've shown them your pay slip. But all of a sudden there's a big car. All of a sudden they begin to question. These kids are not dumb. You know, they begin, if they know that this is your wife, but then sometimes they see you, I don't know, somewhere with who. Auntie, you know. Yes. So our morals reflect then in our children. If they see you on the street throwing stones and burning cars, they know this is how to solve problems, and they respect us. We are their
mentors.
Exactly. So they go ahead and then they do
role models.
the same thing. Yes. Then now, what are the consequences when children have bad behavior at home? I remember I was just trying to think, if my mother was ever called to school that I don't know I have broken what, or I have done well. I'd rather that story ends in school and she never hears about it. You know, there were consequences, right? And even if I was sent away from school, you know, I wouldn't go back. Chukua jembe ukalime. Yeah, but now, what are the consequences that we show our children for bad behavior? Sometimes you find even parents supporting their kids. When you go to the school and you're told that your child has misbehaved, you find the child opposing the school and actually fiercely defending. Me, I can never defend my kids. Wallahi, if you're saying they've done, they've done. You know, so what are the consequences? So these children know that they're shielded, and that's why you find such audacity, let me call it that, in some of the actions that they're. How do they respect property? Do they know what it takes to buy stuff? do they know the cost of their uniform, the cost of their books? Do they know the cost of travel home? Because now you've been told, collect your child. This is a national school. I live in God knows where. How will I get home? Do they understand what it takes to be taken to that school?
Yeah.
Many of them don't. You know, they don't see the struggle of parents, you know, and that is where now they take some of these things for granted. I remember after high school and primary school, there's some kids who used to burn books. You know, you burn books.
After exam, the last exam.
Yes, that is because you do not understand what those books cost. You can give them to somebody else. Why burn the books? You know, they do not understand what it is to respect life. Because for me to think I'm going to set a dorm on fire and lock, knowing very well potentially people could die, what happened to our respect for life, our respect for I mean, there's so many things.
Actually, if I let's talk about that specific act. By the time I set this room on fire, get out and lock you guys inside here, what does that really say about me?
Take a few steps back and ask yourself, when you have a group of people, there has to be a leader. Leaders have followers. That's why they're leaders.
Yeah.
So who is the thought leader of this process, and how is it that they have been able to garner this support that they have? Because we human beings always need a sense of belonging. So you'll find that some of these are people who, even within the school, are considered to be a bit hip. They are the people who are likely to have followers more than others. Now, the things that young people love and like are things that set them apart. Adults love it too, but for young people, it's the popularity within the context of the school and what it is about this person that makes them stand out. And usually, somebody who can actually back authority, somebody who does not necessarily align themselves with authority and seems not to give too much of a hoot about authority. Or they're the sort of person who is seen with cigarettes. They're the sort of person who is seen with the sort of things that you know very well you shouldn't do.
Yeah.
Now, that particular value system is found in that age set. It doesn't matter which generation you speak of.
True.
Okay?
That's true.
So
that defiant student or child
yes.
said.
That defiant student.
There has to be a leader.
That defiant student is my son,
Yes.
for example.
Yes.
But you see, do I know my son very well to know that guy can start a riot in a school?
No.
Or my daughter. If I knew that well, yes, then I would then work on him to make sure that we harness his leadership qualities positively. You see? And then also, like to say, they're leaders, they're followers.
Yes.
Is your child a leader or is your child a follower?
Okay.
And is your child able to stand up to their principles, even if it is quietly, without causing a riot, but refuse to be led because they have values in which they live? You see? So, is your child a leader? Is your child a follower? If your child is a leader, are they a good leader or are they a thug leader? If they're a thug leader, how can we, make sure that this works? And that is a role of parents. If I'm called to school and I'm told your child did, instead of defending my child, I need to think, my son is capable. So you listen and then you see how you can harness that energy and that skill, because it's a skill, it's a talent that some of these kids have, in leadership, so that it's positive and it is, towards the society. Because, and then the child who is a follower, how do you follow? Do you just follow anyone, or do you question? Do you think? Do you analyze and see, am I going to get involved in this? So to your question of the banning of the dormitory, what was the issue they were after? They said, listening, that the exams had been moved forward. I don't know from which date to this other date, and the principal was not listening. What was the other issue? I can't remember.
These are the 9 students?
Yes.
Okay.
Why did they set the school on fire? There are buzz about same-sex issues there. I don't know how true that is.
Did it come up in court, that particular issue?
I don't remember now if it came up, but I've seen it in social media.
Yes.
So what was it that made the kids so upset that they decided to kill their friends? Because if you wanted to make a statement to the principal, I mean, I'm not suggesting they should do this, but they set up the dorm during the day, when we're all at, so that,
or burn a bush somewhere.
Burn a bush. Or like Alliance, they went and burnt the mattress store, They wanted to go home, but they did not harm anybody. But this one of knowing, and if you look at the footage, the kids are asleep, and they go and they start a fire, and they run out, and they lock up. I mean, is that the devil? Is that demonic? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how a 16-year-old can be driven to that level of anger, of hatred, of fury.
That is a sadist.
We can sit and psychoanalyze them the whole day, but there is a problem. There is a huge problem, and again, this is a mirror of society. So how are these children? How are they raised? And you can't say don't blame the parents, don't blame the society, because this is not the normal behavior of a 16-year-old child. That one for sure, And I keep saying that, again, these kids belong to us. When you look again at the Utumishi tragedy, the children who are in jail now for 21 days, the parents have to go and feed them every day. The parents have to figure out, what am I going to do with the kids? That is the rest of your life ruined for that child. The parents whose children are burnt beyond recognition,
That's true.
You have to wait for DNA to identify your child. The parents whose children are in hospital, and many of them, I understand from my colleagues, have to undergo multiple surgeries because of the extent of their injuries. The parents who now have to deal with the trauma. Okay, their kids survived the fire, but then those children are super traumatized. The parents of Form 4 candidates who are now thinking what happens because they're registered to do exams in that school. You're the one left carrying your child after everything has happened.
But at every age and every generation, in every school, there are always those who are errant. There are always those whose behavior is counterculture. They're always there. The question is, what is it that contained such behavior in a time gone by?
Yeah.
Because in this current time, it looks like there is an opportunity for errant behavior to be normalized there's an opportunity for it to be expressed in the worst way possible.
I think we've become a bit permissive, and let's start with us as parents. Oh, it's okay, he's expressing himself, he has a right to his expression, he has a right to, in our days it was nipped in the bud with the first even imagination. Factory settings were put back very quickly. But now you will see a red flag, you will still continue talking to the child, and when they are removed from one school, you find for them another school, you keep encouraging.
So why don't we discuss the parents? What is it about parenting that has given fodder to this? Because if you say parenting is permissive, parents are permissive.
Our parents are permissive.
What is it about parenting that has changed?
We don't know.
That's why I asked the question of discipline in the very beginning.
We don't know our children, first of all. Yes.
Do we know ourselves that well?
We don't know ourselves, and also we do not know our kids. And this whole thing of being in boarding school doesn't help, because you realize some children are taken to school, boarding school, very young. I hear kids being taken to school as early as grade 4, grade 5. That's a 10-year-old. Separated.
Even younger.
Yes, separated from their parents. And you see, they're going to be raised, and they're going to be formed by another community, another society, which you don't know. So they are strangers to you.
I know that I know families in that situation whereby children have gone to boarding school when they are even way below the age of 10, maybe because 6, 7.
Yeah.
Because of the family situation, a lot of divorces, they're single parents, a mother has got multiple children, doesn't know what to do with, she has maybe 4 at the same time. She can't keep all 4 in the house, so she has to decide. The older ones have got to go to boarding so that she can deal with the 2 youngest. It's a whole cocktail of problems, and perhaps if we need a separate day just to discuss how children are getting to boarding schools.
Yes, and why in our time it was not a thing. You couldn't take a child to boarding school before the wine. The wine, unless in very really extreme cases. Extreme cases. And remember, Starehe boys had a primary school when my brothers were there many years ago.
Yes.
For really, really extreme cases. But now it has become the norm, and we are finding more and more schools opening. Yes, to allow this kind of thing, So for our parents to take their 7, 8, 9-year-old, we can say anything.
Yes.
But the truth is that child is going to be parented and raised, and they're going to have different values from your own. By the time they get into high school, they're still in a boarding school. So you don't know your children. You don't know what they've picked up along the way. You don't know their values.
Actually, when they come home, it's awkward.
Yes, their belief system. You can't discipline them. You're disciplining them as who?
Yeah.
And if you're not available for them during the school term, when they come home, you're still not there. You're still in that hustle that you say they're in. So these children are actually being raised by a community, a society which is not you as a parent. Parents have what we call, at least we are told in the Catholic Church, the grace of state. There's that grace that is given to you by God as a parent for that child. Yeah, and only you can figure out the best needs of that child. But when you delegate, other people do not have that grace. So do you know your kids? Do you know what they think? Do you know who their friends are? Do you know what they are watching on TV? Do you know what they're drinking? Do you know what they're smoking? Do you know their friends? Do you understand their value systems? And just by listening to them talking, you can think, whose child is that? Me, I don't know that person. Do you engage? Now, one of the reasons I'm saying children should go home, parents need to sit down with their high school kids and ask them, what is going on? Why? What is it? Tell us about yourself, your struggle in your school. But you see, it means then being available means a sacrifice. I have to be there.
But Dr. Ari, why must it be a sacrifice? I mean, there are people who don't necessarily think through the process of being parents, but many people plan for parenthood.
That's true.
So, I mean, you wanted to be a parent. Yes.
I wonder how people do that.
And by the time you were being a parent, you had been parented. So, it's not a topic that is new to you. The only thing that is new is now you being a parent is new. And there's no school you go to become a parent. Yet you learn on the job.
There's no university of parenting.
You learn on the job as you move along. And the more children you have, the more learning you do, because they're all different. I mean, the point I'm asking is, if we look at the process and the progression of parenting and the ethos around it, there was a time when a family of children, we were many. There was no 2 or 3. We were 5 onwards. Okay?
Yes.
But if you looked at how that structure existed, the eldest child was an assistant parent. And the follower was also an assistant parent. And these children had duties. So the parents existed. If you think back to the days of your parents, Kwani, how many conversations did you used to have with your parents? You had conversations with your siblings.
And that there is one of the things that we are lacking in our society today. Because you had 6, 7 kids.
Yes.
You were a cohesive family unit. You looked out for each other. You shared the little that you had. You protected each other, and you protected the family name. Right now, the family has 1 child. 1. That already is a problem, because who do you interact with? And then on top of that, the child goes to boarding school.
Yeah.
That one. So
yes,
you see, that value system and that growth that came up out of being in a family of many, and you knew we had many of the time the resources were limited, so we have to share the little we have. You have to cook for the older ones. You have to make sure for the younger ones. You make sure you go to the shamba, you clean them. So
funny thing is, I was the youngest and I used to cook for all of them.
Yes.
Now, Daktari, there's a question I have here.
You had a tough sister.
No, I had 2 elder brothers, and those guys did not give a damn.
You do it.
Hey, utapika. And madhe akitoka anaambia ule mkubwa, make sure umepikia hawa watu. The moment madhe walks out, huyu mkubwa, jipangeni. Na nikikuja nipate lunch.
But you were a very tight, very loving, loving family.
For sure. Yeah. But there's a conversation that has been said, especially after now this whole issue of utumishi, caning in schools, which was banned, I think, in 2002, if I'm not wrong, during the time of Henry Kosgei, when he was the Minister for Education that time. Caning, for some strange and I'm not for caning by the way, because I used to hate caning, because every time I used to go to school, the one thing that used to just get me all worked up was the fact that nilijua during the lessons of Kiswahili, mathematics and English, I will definitely be caned. And that
why?
Because first of all, the Swahili teacher and the maths teacher were the same. So mwalimu alikuwa anakuja anaanza tu randomly asking us about vitendawili, kama ujui unakula mijeledi.
Yeah, that's in secondary school.
No, this is in primary. Secondary was even worse. Yeah, because chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics, English, Kiswahili, you will be caned. So for me that was a very traumatic experience. But nonetheless, the people are saying that perhaps caning should be reintroduced so that these people can be brought back to, discipline, because back in the day we didn't have all these schools burning.
What was the role of caning? Now I'm speaking as a former headmaster.
Yeah.
Oh no, you tell us. What was the role of caning?
It was discipline. In fact, you very rarely caned.
I remember my
I was caned on a day. I cannot, there's not a single day, Monday to Friday.
So you were one of those.
No, and it's it was not me because I used to be a naughty boy.
There are individuals who have sadistic tendencies.
And that is true.
They get their jollies from caning little children.
Kids,
instead of understanding what to do. The headmasters could cane.
Yeah.
But you didn't just cane. There was a certain level of offense that somebody needed to have committed, and you had to be warned. It's not that you offend and you're caned. No.
Oh no.
You're warned.
The schools I went to, every offense was a canable offense. Whether you are sleeping in class, whether you are late for class, whether you are just looking at the wall when the teacher is writing on the blackboard, and every offense was a utakula viboko.
I think what even if caning was stopped, and I have my personal perception of caning.
Yes.
I don't think they said no discipline in the school. There are other ways of discipline. Go and remove the tree trunk, go and clean what, go and cut I don't know which trunk, which grass, and go and build which wall, just put a wall there for punishment.
By the way, even after it was banned, bado tulikuwa tunatandikwa.
Yes,
it was just there on TV, but in real life bado tulikuwa tunakuna.
Parenting, we are told the hand that loves it cannot be the hand that hurts, so I cannot be the one who's holding you and cuddling you and then the same hand. But me and my Kikuyuness, sometimes the hand flies even before I think about it.
Actually, Daktari, it isn't that at all. The truth of the matter is this. Let's go back to the question I asked. Discipline.
Yes. How do you instill discipline?
Yes.
Caning was one of the ways.
Yes.
And if then caning is not there, because we also see children who are really traumatized by the cane and children who are injured. And
You're looking at the traumatized.
yes.
girl.
Oh, I'm so sorry. and then also when the headmaster gets over it, I mean, they can really injure the children. So. I don't think it achieved the objective, but then which discipline took over? That was the gap that was not sorted out.
You see, the problem with caning was that you had individuals who ended up being tutors and teachers of children, educators of children. This is my theory. Who didn't want to teach in the first place?
Yeah.
There are people who are given that course because they couldn't get what they wanted
Anything
in the first
else,
place.
yeah.
I have argued this, and I'm arguing it, that if you go back to the time when we started hearing of the unrest where libraries were burnt, you look at that period of time and look at the time when the government decided that because they needed more teachers, anybody who didn't qualify for what they wanted would become a teacher.
Teacher training.
We introduced an entire generation of very disgruntled people.
Yeah.
And we unleashed them on
innocent kids
into the one profession that requires people who actually love it, want to do it,
sacrifice. Yeah,
because the process of teaching is difficult.
Hard. It's very hard. I mean, I teach at the university and I teach older kids. It's still hard. Now I'm trying to imagine the people who teach grade 2s. I mean, those are saints. Yeah. But back to the issue of caning. When I went to high school, there was no caning, but the punishments we got, I don't know, sometimes I'm just thinking instead of spending a whole afternoon, I don't know, doing what to move on. So there's no way of moderating the punishment, and you wonder if what that pain does, it builds resentment more in the child, so you actually don't achieve that objective. Back to the parents, how do we discipline our children? What are the consequences of, number one, even simple things like lateness, telling lies, bad marks, inconsistency? What does a child expect when they've done something wrong? They have no boundaries, and children thrive in boundaries. If they do not know that this is the line, and sometimes they'll put their toe over the line just to see, call your bluff.
They test it all the time.
All the time. And if you're not consistent in that boundary, then now these children run amok. The other thing that has happened, unfortunately, in our boarding schools is there are so many that you can't. When we were in boarding school, our whole school was 320. So everyone knew everybody else. And it was very easy to target the people who are a bit, like that, because we were all seen. But now if you have a school of 3,000, there are some people who will disappear in the crowd. And those are probably the troublemakers, the very quiet ones, the ones who infiltrate from. You can't get to them. You cannot give personalized attention. You cannot listen to these children one-on-one, because we have curriculum, we have syllabus, we have exams, we have to eat. In some schools, eating.
Actually, Dr. you can. You see, the process of education, in the absence of a clear path as to what you do with this ever-growing population in an education system, it wasn't thought through. And if it wasn't implemented adequately, because you open up education and you make it free. People who couldn't go to school because they couldn't afford it now go to school. At that point in time, we can see what's happening. A classroom meant for 40 students now has 80. We understand it. Should we then not plan so that we incrementally, year by year, this situation gets better? In our instance, it's not getting better.
Because you're not employing more teachers, you're not more infrastructure.
No, you're not.
And by the way, like for grade 10, not everyone has gone to school. So this situation could actually, we are thinking we're overcrowded. There's a whole bunch of kids, if you look at the transition statistics, who are still at home because for some reason or another have not gone to.
That story is worse than what you're saying, because if you look at that very idea of ensuring that there's teachers who are supposed to meet that need of, say, this system we call the CBE. There are students who missed, I think, close to 2 semesters of learning simply because there were no teachers.
Yep.
Now, at some point, that gap is going to have to be bridged. That's why I said it was thought but not thought through adequately with the implementation.
And that's why now we are having all these issues that we have to now put band-aids for as we go along. But who suffers then? Who suffers is the kids, who suffers is the institutions, who suffers is our poor principals. I don't think those people are sleeping at night, And the whole thing is is a disaster. And I think there was a time we had one of the best education systems in the world. You know, we would travel with kids, and you go to first world countries, and they're like, where these children are on it. They are really good. They're brilliant.
Switched on, kabisa.
You know, and that's why you find that we would export doctors, you know, export nurses to other countries. That unfortunately is beginning to change because these people have foundational strength, you know. So, and this is going to affect us into the future. So what do we do in our families to make sure that we restore some kind of wholesomeness? Number one, this issue of congestion. And I read someone who was telling me that in his son's school, you know, you're not allowed to get into the dormitories, apparently. And I always quarrel parents. How do you leave your child in a field and leave them, you know? Anyway, so the kids are now speaking out and saying how we saw what happened in Tumishi. They're even sleeping on the corridor. You know, it's bad. They're totally congested. The sanitation is terrible. The washrooms are unusable. The food is not good. The hygiene, I mean, and you know, everyone also needs your own personal breathing space. It's not there. You know, we are it's so bad. And when that child comes from home on holiday, they'll come to your nice house. Thanks be to God. Yes, it may not be very elegant, but they have their bed, they have their decent meal, they have their privacy in their shower where they go to shower. They have an environment where they can be heard and listened to. So these children suffer mentally. They really suffer mentally because they're thinking, my parents don't love me. Why would they
bring me here?
What have I done to be subjected to this environment? And you see that
they look at it as a punishment.
It's a punishment. Yes, if my mother loved me, she wouldn't bring me to a place where I can't use the washroom. Why would my mother do this to me? You know, and so because they don't want the boarding, they're trying to say that's why they're banning dormitories. But as a parent, utasema hiyo ndio utaenda hiyo shule. Remember what happened at Nairobi girls? We were told the girl who burnt the school had been telling the parents she doesn't want to go to that school. She doesn't want. But as parents, ni nani, that is a school you're going to. That is a good school. No. So you see, in as much as we want the best for our children, how do we relieve them of this pressure that they're going through right now? When they come home for holidays in second term, what decision will we make or will we just wait for it to go and wait for the next
fire?
You know, are we going to actively listen to our children? And if they say, Mommy, I don't want to go back to that school, will you listen to them? Yeah, people call me elitist, you know, because they say that I advocate for children to go to private schools. Right now, private schools have capacity. Public schools don't. So you cannot say, I'm going to move you from this public school to this other one. It's as bad as the other one, you know. So until the government decides to do better.
Yes.
Because it's a decision they have to make.
Yes.
Until they allow the parents to build these dormitories. Even if we're going to put up a dormitory in a school, it takes a year. By the time you procure, by the time you plan, by the time you build. What can we do today?
On this issue of private schools, what if as a parent I'm unable to afford this private school? Now what happens?
No, not all private
schools are expensive. And that's something I want Kenyans to understand. Some private schools are actually cheaper than public schools. Just do the math. Some of these public schools are quite expensive. And especially the faith-based ones, the community schools, they are accessible and they're affordable. And remember, the entrepreneur of the private school wants you to come. So they're very accommodating, even in the way you pay your fees. And because they want to attract people, the setup is very good. Of course, there's some private schools that are a bit ish. We saw the other one. There was a school that collapsed in one of the low-income settlements. Yes, it's not in...
The one in Gando?
I can't remember.
It was called
Precious Talent.
Yeah, that was the one in Gando.
Yes,
it is.
Yeah.
Precious
but that I think is the exception and not the rule. Because I have walked around, I have looked at schools that have been so well set up, and they're not expensive compared to the so you can't say. And then, by the way, some of these schools are actually closer to home. I think what parents want, many of them, is to go to these schools of repute.
It's because we think that like the C1 schools, for example, or the C1, C2 schools, they perform better. So you naturally assume if I take my child to Nairobi school, I am assured of at the very least a B+.
But the child will, under these conditions, you tell me what education is going on. Are the kids learning anything? You cannot philosophize in misery. You can't study. with the chaos that's going on.
You know, an education system isn't tailor-made to benefit the brightest. No, it's not. It's tailor-made to bring about a sense of equity in learning, so that, and that's why you have number of students, the ratio, and that's why some schools who can afford it, and I've seen in private schools, you have 2 teachers. There's a teacher and an assistant. And the number of students in the class does not go beyond 25.
Yep.
Because it's understood. You have time to give each of the children attention and to understand what it is that they need.
If you go to these estates, there are so many nice, small private schools, very nice, very small, very nice, and because it's in the estate, the child can actually go home. It's a day school. But no, I want to take my child 200 kilometers away to that boarding school. And then the other thing I want to say, there are some children whose parents desperately need these boarding schools because of their circumstances.
Yeah.
And that one we accept. But there are also those children for parents who do not need these boarding schools. There are parents who can actually take their children to decent private schools or even day schools. But we are in that boat of we want to take our children away. We are the ones who are even going to give the principal a lot of money to take my child into that school. So we are actually then taking away the chance of those very desperate children who need that school. And we are part of the problem, So I'm saying we, I don't know, I'm not involved. But anyway, so you see, we also have to think, are we being fair? We're part of that societal problem, because if you look at the population in these schools, majority, if we decongested by half, and leave those children there who honestly require that boarding school.
But when you're in secondary school, did these problems exist?
In my school, I don't remember. The most
you have friends, you have relatives who went to other schools. Did you hear of people complaining on the problems we have now?
No.
Exactly, because they didn't exist.
They didn't.
Yes.
And we had a very small school. We had 320. That was the limit. We couldn't take more. We had our own. It was a nice school. I went to Precious Blood, Riruta, and it was an excellent school. And
it is
an excellent school still to this day. But there were boundaries. The other thing that has happened, that has changed now that you've mentioned it, many of these C1 and C2 schools were sponsored by faith-based, by missionaries. I remember in Precious Blood, our headmistress had to be a nun, a missionary sister of the Precious Blood. What has happened now when the government has taken over? They have insisted that they want to post their own. You have to be a TSC. So there's a certain ethical, cultural
erosion.
When the school was built with a certain philosophy, there was a certain thinking, and that's why they put one of their own there to safeguard that ideology. But now that has eroded, and I'm sorry to say this. So many of these schools now have become like one more, and this is also part of the problem.
The preparing for change is difficult. Somebody who's a parent will understand that concept very, very, very well. By the time you get your second child, you began to figure out this parenting thing. Third child, you figured it out.
You're an expert now.
No, you figured it out. Fourth child.
You are a PhD holder.
No, you started wondering whether you really figured it out. Because by the time you get your fourth child...
Let me tell you. I have four Gen Z.
Yes.
This Gen Alpha is showing me dust. And I'm thinking,
you thought you knew it all.
You thought you knew. In fact, even my oldest kids are always telling me, Mom, you're being soft on this guy. The 7-year-old can terrorize all of us, So what you're saying is true. You think you have figured it out until a new generation comes. But you see, you're still doing the old parenting thing. So we also have to change with...
You have to
now imagine if at the parenting level there's that need to change. Why you are in a controlled environment with all these children, you actually don't have much of a choice. Because these are people you deal with on a daily basis. Now, ask yourself, we have this entity we refer to as a government, and we've given them the mandate to look after our welfare with respect to, since we're talking education, it's education. You want to ask a simple question. There are multiplicity of problems. As you say, the thematic issues that come up when you look at the problems that we have in education, it's not one or two, there are a number. So you ask, okay, if we were to prioritize them, what would take precedent? What would we consider to be the bigger priority? And how would we deal with it? I have been of this view, and it's a consistent view.
Yes.
Start with this person whom you're calling a teacher. Equip this person adequately. Because when you do, I have come across teachers who are committed to doing their work. They are taken to a school that has government facilities are next to nil. And you observe what this teacher does with the resources, gets community support, gets what. And that school is built because this particular person is very focused on what it is they want this school to be.
To do, yeah.
Until that school grows and the school becomes something it never was. Because this is somebody who is a committed educator.
I would like us to do something that CT has been saying here for a while. Let's start paying teachers even better than doctors and engineers.
Wait, don't go there. Don't go there.
Without those teachers, would you be a doctor?
That is true, but now you're opening up Pandora's.
Yes, I am.
I agree with that thinking because of this. Look, we start paying teachers, or at least the same way as doctors and engineers and astronauts and so on. Then on top of it, let's now also look at how we are recruiting them.
Yeah.
Apart from, instead of taking, what we consider failures,
absolutely.
Let's start taking those A's.
Absolutely.
So that now
let's encourage our brilliant students to
want to become
teaching
teachers
as
exactly.
a profession. Do you ever
So
hear those guys who get A's? Does anyone say they want to be a teacher?
No, because they all want to become engineers and doctors and lawyers because huko ndio kuna pesa. But now if an A student wants to become a teacher because pia huko kuna pesa, I also think we're going to be elevating this particular profession so that we can get that quality. And then now let's go back to passion, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks who probably want to become teachers but anangalile pesa huko
na stress
no, you know what, because I passed in chemistry, I might as well just go do biochemistry, because at least when I do biochemistry, I'll find myself at Kemri or ILRI or some international organization where I'll make a lot of money.
And I just want to maybe as we finish that thought, to just appeal to government. I don't know, because I saw them, they're going to do another commission of inquiry, isn't it, about this Utumishi thing. Another one. We did another one in Andarasha. We did another one I don't know where. Are we seriously serious about making genuine change to the education system in this country? If we are happy to take part, we are happy to contribute. If we're not, let it not just be another rubber stamp. I've seen that they're inspecting schools. I think the cabinet secretary has sent his inspector. Finally, where have they been? Now when they go and inspect schools and find that 90% of them are non-compliant, what will they do?
Shut them down. They
should, but will they? They will not. So it will be a story, and then we move on. And that is why I'm telling parents, please, not only wako, please, because we if we wait for higher up authority to do something, it's unlikely to happen. And when you listen to the stories of these children, the trauma they're going through in boarding school, prolonged trauma means that they'll carry this for the rest of their life, and even when they become adults. I was just telling my sons the other day, now that you guys are banning schools because you don't like the principal, if you go to the workplace and you don't like the boss, you'll touch the building. That is coming.
But the burning and the thinking behind it isn't the problem. What makes an entire generation exhibit a tendency of being criminally minded? What is it? I don't believe these kids are criminals.
They're not criminal. It is a hard mentality. I saw a school. Did you see that school that was banned because I don't know, some entertainer didn't come? I don't know, the stage was too small. It was a funky. They shut down over a funky on a Sunday that I don't know who didn't come.
Kuna msanii kukuja when they were brought up, msanii they didn't want.
And then even the kids who were supposed to come for the funky didn't come. Now how is that the school administration's fault? Surely, what
wait a moment. Schools have days where artists come to entertain.
Where? And in this particular one, the artist who was supposed to come didn't show up.
They were celebrating some annual event that happens every year.
And then now they were benchmarking against another school that was done very well. So there is a competition between schools. But that is no reason to go on the rampage, you see. Now there, if you are my son, we would have a conversation, because I send you to, but it's a hard mentality. Some few people start making noise and then we all go with the flow. And the tragedy of such a school is some children have to travel very far. Because it's a national school. So kids have to go very far. The parents were not aware. It's a huge sacrifice to even get the children home. So they don't realize how much it's costing their parents. And you went on the rampage because of a school funky. Apana.
Norma. Daktari, we've come to the end of the show, but your closing remarks. And I know you've encouraged parents to really consider, it's not a do or die. If your child doesn't go to a C1 or a C2, by the C lazima. Take them to a private school as long as it's good environment, and they have the values that you'd like to see in your child.
I think for now, and I know I'll get hit for this, they're always trolling me about this, but for now, right now, because we have a situation that we need to resolve, think about the safety of your child. Number one. Number two, I'm also speaking to the principals and the administrators of these schools. What can you do today to improve the health and safety of your children? What is it that you can do? And how can you involve parents? And then the third thing, parents, when you're asked to be involved, don't make noise. Don't start saying now tunaitishwa pesa ingine. It is for the health and safety of your child that we need that extra dormitory, we need that extra dining room, we need that extra, And then also to ask the government to just really to supervise with intention.
Yes.
Yeah. And finally, to our parents, let's love our children. Let's listen to them. Let's talk to them. Let's be present for them. And I think if we work together as a community, they say it takes a village to raise a child.
Yes.
So if we are that village, then I think we will kind of navigate this space. It will take some effort. It will take some doing for all of us, and there are action points for each and every person.
Yes.
But I think we'll manage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start paying our teachers better,
Absolutely.
So that they also stop coming to class with the frustrations and clobbering our children.
They're not clobbering.
Let me tell you, they are teachers, but I honestly think they used to club us because of their frustrations. Maybe kuna mshahara yake imechelewa, auctioneers wamekuja wamechukua gari yake, principal amemwambia kitu fulani.
And you're a mwalimu in a good school. You should have money,
I was in Nairobi school, and I can assure you, chemistry lessons, physics,
and
mathematics.
Let's talk about, by the way, before we finish, let's talk about mental wellness in schools.
Yes.
Professional therapists. Because like now, if your chemistry teacher was your guidance and counseling teacher, would you go to him? You wouldn't. But if there was a professional therapist, maybe that would help the conversation. That's another thing that we need to think about.
Most of these therapists were either CRE teachers, home science teachers, and the majority of them were female.
Yes.
At least for Nairobi school, it was a female teacher. At least, and she was very soft spoken. You'd go to her and you'd tell her your problem, and she'd listen to you. And then you'd feel like umesaidika.
But how did she solve the problem? Sometimes maybe necessarily
I honestly
not.
never found myself going there. So
right now, these children need professional help.
Yes.
Also because of stuff that's going on at home. Stuff is happening even at home.
True.
And sometimes these children come with so much of a burden that they need some professional help, coping skills, managing that, whatever it is, so they're able to concentrate and study.
Okay.
So that, I think, needs to be considered.
All right. Thank you so much, Daktari.
Thank you for
Boaz Waruku is asking, is private school really a solution? Well, Boaz, why don't you come? Let's talk about this, because I honestly think, personally, from where I sit, it might be a solution. It might not be there, but it is definitely
a solution.
A solution.
Not the solution, but it is one of the options.
All right.
Yeah.
Sawa. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 Matatu crew members have each been sentenced to 10 years in prison over the death of a college student who fell from a speeding vehicle on Thika Road in 2018. The 21-year-old Doreen Kinya died after falling out of the Matatu and later succumbing to her injuries. Delivering the ruling at the High Court in Nairobi, Justice Kanyi Kimondo found that driver Amos Muigai Mwangi and conductor Alex Musembe Musyoka acted in a grossly negligent and reckless manner, showing disregard for the safety and the life of the deceased. At least 4 learners from Utumishi Girls Academy who were admitted to Kenyatta National Hospital following last Thursday's fire incident have been discharged after their condition improved. The learners had been receiving treatment for burns. Hospital officials say the remaining patients are in stable condition and are expected to be discharged in the coming days. Speaking during the update, ODM Acting Secretary General Catherine Omanyo welcomed the progress in recovery but raised concern over the increasing cases of arson in boarding schools across the country.
encourage and appreciate every one of us who has been with these kids, who have walked the journey with them. They have given them support. They have given them both moral, physical, psychological support, and the treatment that they have gotten, we believe, is going to enable them to continue their daily lives.
Can think of disrupting the whole the whole school, the whole nation, plan to buy paraffin and light fire in a dome where all other children also use, and lock the door. That child, we are asking, where are the morals of being part of the solution, taking care of each other, being a brother's keeper? Something has gone wrong to our society. Parents, pastors, let us come back to the morals that we used to have.
The Ministry of Education says it is facing a major funding shortfall ahead of Budget Day on Thursday next week. The ministry warns that a gap of about 100 billion Kenya shillings could affect key development projects and capitation funding for schools. It had requested 770 billion shillings for the 2026-2027 financial year, but the National Assembly Budget and Appropriation Committee has so far allocated 668.3 billion Kenya shillings, leaving a deficit of about 102 billion Kenya shillings.
The budget for Ministry of Education right now, this financial year, we are at 702 billion. In the new year, we are going to 770 billion. So the highest in the history of Kenya. Most of the money that is going to Ministry of Education is going for capitation, is going for infrastructure, and is going for, of course, employment of teachers.
Kitutu Churches South Member of Parliament Anthony Kibagendi has condemned the attack on Ishuni Ward MCA Wycliffe Siocha, also known as Embade, who was assaulted on Thursday near Hema Hospital in Kisii Town. Kibagendi has accused Kisii Governor Simba Arati of being linked to the incident, alleging that the attack was politically motivated and carried out by individuals associated with the county leadership. The MP has called for an end to political violence and urged respect for differing political opinions in the region.
I would like to condemn in the strongest terms possible the ongoing violence and use of goons around Kisii County and the larger Gusii region. This has happened recently. You saw there is a young man who supports His Excellency Fred Matiang'i, who was attacked by goons while he was going on with his business around Kisii Town. And today, you saw MCA Siocha, or Mbande, as is commonly known. He was attacked by goons while at the garage around Hema Hostel area.
Government forces and opposition fighters exchanged heavy gunfire in Somalia's capital Mogadishu as a row over delays to elections has escalated. President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's term in office ended on May 15th but was extended by a year. The opposition said this was unconstitutional and called for protest on Thursday. Police said they were conducting a large-scale security operation against heavily armed militias who launched mortar attacks in some areas. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Formula One will continue racing in Las Vegas until at least 2037 after signing a 10-year contract extension with the city. The Las Vegas Grand Prix, first held in 2023, marked the return of Formula One to the city after decades of unsuccessful attempts to bring a race back to the famous strip. F1 President and CEO Stefano Domenicali welcomed the extension, saying the organization is thrilled the Las Vegas race will continue on the calendar for many more years to come. Kenyan sprinter Ferdinand Omanyala finished 8th in the men's 100 meters race at the Rome Diamond League meeting held at the Stadio Olimpico yesterday, clocking 10.11 seconds. It was the second time this season that the African record holders failed to run a sub-10 second race, after a season opener in April at the Stellenbosch meet in South Africa where he won in 10.19 seconds. Omanyala, who had recorded 4 sub-10 performances prior to the Rome race, acknowledged it was a difficult outing but thanked his team for their support. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, Sitimuga kwenye studio kama kawaida. Wacha nisalimie watu hapa. My Tech 2.0, how are you doing? Nancy Abura, you're saying, Kenyans made you who you are today. Leo unapatikana Radio Generation. Siti ukiwa shule ulikuwa unatandikwa mijeledi?
Yes, but caning was part and parcel of the disciplinary process in schools when I was in school. Even when I was, when I was a head teacher, okay.
We shall tell you where that has come from before we exit this show.
I am happy. It was an accepted part of the discipline process. And the person who had the mandate to cane was the head teacher. Ati mwalimu? No. You brought the student to the head teacher.
All right. Msemo kweli amesema spare the rod, spoil the child. Joe Gema, how are you doing? Then there's msemo kweli ni ushakusalimia Luis Rudasingwa, Danson Kenya na wale wengine wote. Kuna LK mwenye amesema to weekend the Kena and he stopped. Sawa. And then we have Boaz Mohamed Murunga as well. Amesema truth be told, poor parenting or lack of it is at the core of persisting delinquency in our schools. Then we have David as well, Boaz Waruku na Bruce Lee. Sawa. Wacha nisalimie, hata nifike hapo kwa sasa ndio tuweze kuongelelea mambo ya this particular hour. We want to talk about the impact of President Ruto's Northeastern tour. With us in studio is the founding chairman emeritus of the United Democratic Alliance, strategic intelligence analyst. He's a strategic intelligence analyst, rather. He's Abdi Nur Muhammad. Abdi, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Glad you could be here with us. Now, before we get into the conversation, Siti has a proverb that he will share with you. Then you give us your thoughts. What do you think about that particular proverb? Try and give us your own translation, so to speak, on the same. All right, Siti, over to you.
Yes, this is our final proverb from the Republic of the Seychelles. He who is scared of work has no heart for deeds. He who is scared of work has no heart for deeds.
Has no heart for deeds.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. My understanding is that you should be able to work hard.
Yes.
And there's a Somali proverb similar to that one.
Mm-hmm.
It says a man, okay, meaning both men and women.
Right.
For a man to succeed,
yes,
sweat must come forth. Sweat, jasho, that is.
Tell us.
Could you say it in Somali?
Yes.
Yeah. They say, Ninka wa inu idida sit there for hell. Utoe jasho, ndio riziki
ikuje.
Okay. Of those words, jasho is what?
Did it.
Did it.
Yeah.
Don't attempt. Not attempt, but you've more or less given us the same definition as the previous guest, which again I agree with you.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your position. I've actually been given the right poster. I had said something very different. Pole sana Abdi. Let me reintroduce Abdi again. Abdi is the DCP chairperson, County Coordinating Committee, and also he's a strategic intelligence analyst. Did I get that correctly?
Yes, I'm the founder chairman emeritus.
Yes.
United Democratic Alliance.
All right.
Yeah.
But you're currently now in
I'm in DCP. now.
DCP.
Yes.
All right. Sawa. Now tell us about your role as a strategic intelligence analyst.
Oh yes.
Yes.
One of my masters is on international security. International security, but I specialize on something called population-centered counterinsurgency intelligence. Okay, that is without saying a lot of words.
Yes.
It is basically what people can do in countering insurgencies, and I specialize on Al-Shabaab.
Okay.
And that's what I do. Yeah.
You specialize in studying and analyzing.
Yes. Insurgencies.
Al-Shabaab.
Yes.
And your reference point was Al-Shabaab.
Yes, my reference point was Al-Shabaab. Yes.
Without Al-Shabaab, you would not have had that master's.
Or maybe I would have done something else. Maybe the Taliban or something. Yeah.
Al-Qaeda or Boko Haram or something. Okay.
Yeah. My second master's is on University of Coventry. My first master's was Coventry University. I did MA Peace and Reconciliation Studies. Then I went back to Leicester, where I pursued something called International Security Studies.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Now, President Ruto has been, very much in the northeastern. Actually, throughout his presidency, this particular first term, he has really endeared himself to the people of northeastern Kenya. And of course, we have been told, or rather, we understand because he has said it. His allies have said it, and even the people of northeastern Kenya have said that for a very long time that region has been marginalized, and now President Ruto's government, which is the Kenya Kwanza government, is changing that. First of all, are we seeing significant change as far as the northeastern frontier is concerned?
Okay, let's go back to marginalization.
Yes,
it's true. Northern Kenya has been marginalized, courtesy of a paper called Sessional Paper 10 of 1965.
Okay,
which concentrated development on high potential areas in this country. But to the lack of Northern Kenya, in 2010, the country enacted a progressive constitution. I think one of the best in the world. Now, the word marginalization now is becoming a dirty word in Northern Kenya. You know, one time, some organization went to Northern Ireland.
Okay.
And they said we have a program called reconciliation. The conflict there has been going for about 500 years between the Catholics and the Protestants in Northern Ireland in the UK.
Okay.
And somebody here comes with a word called reconciliation in a workshop. And somebody said, okay, reconciliation, hold on. That's a dirty word. Now, marginalization in Northern Kenya from 2013 is becoming a dirty word. Okay. We have self-marginalization now. We have marginalization of the elite. Because you can imagine,
yes,
for the last 10 years, about 400 billion shillings has gone to that region.
Okay.
With nothing to show.
All right.
It is self-marginalization. Sessional Paper 10 of 1965 died in 2010. We have a new sessional paper of the elite. Of the political elite.
Yes.
The only difference is one was written. This one of today is unwritten.
But it is happening.
It's happening.
Could you
explain further? Yeah.
What I mean is, Sessional Paper 10 was a deliberate attempt by government to develop high potential areas. The one we have today is the ones who accompanied the president were there for the last 15 years.
Yes.
The same ones who have their own sessional paper unwritten social paper and looted the public purse of northern Kenya dry. Therefore, today, marginalization is a dirty word in northern Kenya.
Okay.
We are self-marginalizing.
So you mean but the new people who are self-marginalizing the area are the elected leaders, the business people, or who exactly?
The elected leaders.
Specifically
in court with some cartels. Yeah.
Who are these cartels, Abdi?
These cartels are they're there, and these are business contractors. Some masquerading as elders.
Yes.
Who work in cohort with the county governments.
Right.
Yeah.
So these are, again, like I was asking, the business community plus, and not the entire business community for sure. Some business people there, but specifically the elected leaders. Is it all elected leaders? Is it just a tier of elected leaders? For example, is it the governors? Is it the MPs? Is it the MCAs? Is it the women rep? Or is it all of them?
I will say 90%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
90%.
You know, it's interesting. The marginalization that was enacted by Session Paper number 10 was like a follow-up of an ordinance, a 1931 ordinance.
Yes, 1931.
Yes.
Okay.
That actually ostracized the northeastern part of the country.
Yeah.
So, successive colonial governments simply ensured that it was entrenched. Now, when we came into our own and got independence, we entrenched it. What happened in 1965 was entrenching something that had been there before. And why I mentioned it, because it mirrors what our brother is saying. You have an instrument that becomes law and becomes part of your constitution, which is supposed to remove the shackles of what had bothered you. And yet, a certain group of people now entrench further. And you see, this one is now more specific. It is not somebody else with their ordinance paper or Session Paper number 10. No. It is your own people. People whom you have elected, and for what purpose? To represent you and to look after your interests. They are the ones who are now guaranteeing that the resources that the people of that region have received to ensure that they start moving forward in bettering their lives, they have cornered those resources, and they are the ones who are actually controlling it. So, if I hear you right, so the region isn't moving forward, because so long as the resources are captured by these people, on paper the region should be doing well, but the reality is that the region isn't really that much better off than it was before.
You know, in the 1970s, one of the most read books, I think, in the world in the 70s was called Pedagogy of the Oppressed.
Yes.
Paulo Freire.
Yes.
The two-term mantra in northern Kenya is being peddled by these same elites, and I call it a new pedagogy of the oppressed.
Okay.
They want to teach, they want to inculcate that culture of saying two-term every time. But the two-term mantra in northern Kenya is a pedagogy of the oppressed.
Again, help me understand. The northern region for a very long time didn't have roads. Now I understand roads are coming up, or rather, being constructed. There's affordable. Is there affordable housing by there?
Something similar, yes.
Okay. And then the other thing that I know of is that, for example, in Wajir County, which did not have good electricity connectivity, I understand lately, since just before Madaraka celebrations, at least stima imefika to some parts of Wajir County where stima haiko imefika. Then now we have water and so on. So I, from where I sit, I have this perception that perhaps that area is improving, specifically because of the Kenya Kwanza government. And that is why perhaps it might look to other people who are not living in the area or don't come from the area, it is widely supporting the re-election of President Ruto. But you are saying that that is not true at all.
No, okay. The road, Modogash, Abaswen, Samatar, all this road, was initiated by the former fourth president.
That is President Uhuru.
President Uhuru Kenyatta. He signed an agreement and this is courtesy of his Uhuru's term, last term.
Yes,
he did it. This is just as a continuation of the same. It's happening. What the people in northern Kenya have been, the politicians especially, have been lauding so much is the issue of vetting of IDs. That no longer Somalis and northern Kenya is no longer vetted. I take that as an abuse myself. You are as smart Kenyan as I am.
Yes.
Muga is the same. If I said, if I make a pronouncement that Muga can be issued with a passport today, am I doing Muga any good?
No, you're not.
I'm belittling you as a citizen.
That is my right.
It's your right. But you know, okay, there is the world's leading public intellectual. It's Noam Chomsky, undoubtedly.
Okay.
Noam Chomsky, I think Muga knows this very well. Noam says that we don't learn from history, but we learn from unhistory.
Okay.
Unhistory means UN, unhistory. And he borrows it from the word unperson, I think from George Orwell. We are not learning. I will not go to the history of Northern Kenya. I will go to the unhistory. Unhistory is the relevant facts and issues which are normally hidden to come up with a fake history. Northern Kenya, we used to get vetted, courtesy of only because of the complicitness, the complicit of our leaders.
Okay.
They were not interested. They could not. We had a majority leader for 7 years. You can imagine, the first majority leader of this country.
Yes.
Duale.
Okay.
7 years, and today he wants to tell me that we are no longer vetted because of William Ruto. Come on. He was the majority leader of this country. He could move any bill or any act or anything
in parliament.
Although the vetting was not enacted in any law, he could shout on top of his voice. He did not do anything
in regards to that vetting process.
Yes. And then come to marginalization. I am of the DCP wing.
Yes.
Of the political divide.
All right.
I talked to some Somali MPs, Northern Kenya MPs. When you talk of marginalization, I tell them, look, have you ever seen, since independence, no member of parliament from Northern Kenya has opposed the budget or has criticized the budget? They all raise up their hands and say yes.
Okay.
And the marginalization tool we have in this country today is one.
Is the budget.
Is the budget.
The finance bill?
Yes. But you know what happens? A Northern Kenya MPs complains quietly about the budget.
Yes.
We have, I don't know whether I will call this a disease or a curse. The Northern Kenya MPs, when he talks about the budget, quietly, he says, oh, this budget is not favoring my region. What the government does, successive governments are this. It's told, okay, where do you come from? I come from XYZ constituency. Then they told, okay, we'll give you 2 dams of worth 40 million shillings.
This is now an MP.
A member of parliament.
Right.
2 dams worth 40 million, that's about 8 million shillings.
Okay.
The budget is about 3 trillion. And the guy gets contented with 40 million
for his constituency.
Not for the constituency. The dam may or may not be dug, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A far-flung place in Northern Kenya, a dam, 2 dams, 40 million. The guy makes a cool 40 million shillings.
Oh, wait a minute. You're saying that he pockets this, or she pockets all this entire money?
Almost. So I'm sure that if we have, you know, on record, if you look at the government Kenya records, the number of dams built in Northern Kenya on record is bigger than Lake Victoria.
No way.
There will be no water shortage. If you look at the number of dams built on books in Northern Kenya, it's amazing. But every time there's allocation for dams. We have a dams syndrome in Northern Kenya.
Abdi, let me ask you this as we continue with our conversation. Why did you leave UDA for DCP?
Oh, yes. I left UDA.
Yes.
When did I leave UDA or UDA left me? I would say.
Help us understand.
Yes. UDA left me. We were for the hustlers ourselves.
Okay.
Mamambogas. And then overnight, we became elitist. Grandiose, fictitious projects.
Bless you.
Like the avoidable housing. I will call it avoidable, not affordable.
Yes.
Avoidable housing.
Right.
Which is mutilating the payslips of the workers. I was a civil servant, by the way.
All right.
I was a district commissioner before I joined politics. I have a lot of friends in the public service. For 20 years, I was in the public service. And every public servant I met cries, says, you guys are mutilating our payslips. Then, my party, which I found.
Yes, UDA now.
Yes, UDA, left the hustlers. I am a firm believer in the bottom-up economic model.
All right.
Yeah. It was last mentioned in August 2022. We forgot about it. Therefore, I don't leave the party left me.
All right.
Finally,
yes,
on that issue on Northern Kenya, our politicians have gone on a looting spree, and there was a time the second deputy president of this country, Rigathi Gachagua, has been addressing Northern Kenya issues for about 2 months consistently.
Yes.
Guess what? His message resonated with the two most respected sheikhs or religious elders, Muslim religious elders in the world.
In the world.
In the world. They watched his clips, listened, and because they are aware of what's happening in the ground, Somalis, by the way,
yes,
they said what Rigathi Gachagua is saying, that Northern Kenya is self-marginalizing, is right.
All right. So on that particular issue of what Honorable Rigathi said, what is that one message that, and it's not just about the self-marginalization, but what is that he said that the people of Northeastern knew, but they were like, he gets us?
Oh, yes. He said that Northern Kenya has enough, not enough, but some funds, at least to ameliorate, to address the water shortage. When he was addressing, it was about 5 months ago, that was the severe drought in Northern Kenya.
Yes.
The severe drought in Northern Kenya, if you travel from Nairobi, Garissa to Wajir, on the road, you will meet hordes of people, so many people, crying, and they'll tell you, look at my mouth,
it's dry.
They want water. Averagely, every county allocates about 2.5 billion shillings for water. And this is the sad part. Sometimes I look at some things, you can't sleep. What happens is the county mandarins come to Nairobi, collect logbooks for lorries and these things from Nairobi, from car bazaars and all these things, take them back to the counties, and write that these people have been paid as water tracking. Muga and Company Limited, or Muga has a water boozer in Nairobi.
Yes.
They'll come borrow and take it back, say, okay, we'll have this. They get logbooks for about 50 lorries from Nairobi, take it there and say, we have done water tracking. Water tracking to nowhere. Yeah.
But let me ask you something, Abi.
Now,
but to what end? I mean, I do not. I get the stealing. I don't agree with it. I mean, I get the whole corruption. I get the whole looting, but to the detriment of your people, that is what I don't get.
Yes. To the detriment of our people. Now, what we expected William Ruto when he was coming to Wajir and Garissa, unlike maybe other African communities,
yes,
there was an article written in 1960 something on Somali politics by an Italian professor, and he said the average Somali is politically awake at the age of 15.
Politically weak?
Awake.
Awake. Okay.
At the age of 15.
Yes.
Northern Kenya people are very highly enlightened. They know what's happening. And in this area of social media.
Okay.
What we expected the president to do, he told us, yes, Northern Kenya was marginalized. Fact. Was a fact.
Okay.
We are marginalizing ourselves now. What we expected the president to do was that he will ask for investigation, prosecution of the power elite who have stolen from the poor masses in northern Kenya. Can you imagine in Mandera County, one time, 8 kilometers from the governor's house?
Yes.
A mother was delivering in a health center.
Yes.
With a Mulika Musi telephone.
The small feature phone.
Yes, yes. 8 kilometers exactly. 1 kilometer from where the president was addressing Madaraka Day is 2 kilometers, let me say, is the Wajir District Hospital.
Okay.
No paracetamol.
Painkillers.
10 bob.
Hakuna.
Nothing. Now, they have grandiose projects like Wajir Hospital. The wall costs 500 million. 500 million, half a billion shillings.
Yes, wait. The what?
The wall, which cover the perimeter fence, the perimeter wall of Wajir Hospital, is 500 million shillings.
500 million shillings.
Yes.
A wall.
Kwenye, how long is it?
The compound is big. The land there is big.
How many acres is that land?
I don't know, about 4 or 5 acres, 6 acres.
Yeah, but
yeah.
And how high is that wall?
Yeah, it's a bit high.
No, still 500 million, bro.
No. What he's it is trying to show that, or rather, trying to investigate if really it would cost $500 million.
I thought when you said it was you were referring to $500,000 because when I heard $500,000, it made sense. You're saying it's 500 million.
500.
A wall
with no paracetamol. I'm not saying there's a shoulder job. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying priorities are upside down.
Okay.
But what sort of wall is it that costs that amount of money?
Yeah. I won't build a wall when
there's no medicine.
When there's no medicine. Yeah.
So now, when the president was in Wajir, did he address some of these issues? Even if he didn't, make speeches on TV, did he at the very least visit some of these facilities to at least ascertain some of these claims that you have?
He visited Wajir District Hospital, but he was shown the good part. Yeah. The person will not go and say, give me paracetamol or give me aspirin or something,
Yeah.
Yeah. Therefore, but
what role does the devolved function of healthcare play into all this? Health is devolved.
Health is devolved.
Yes. However, no, I would say it's a shared function.
Yeah.
This devolution about health,
true.
It is not entirely true. It is not really devolved.
True.
Because the vast majority of the budget we have for health does not leave the Ministry of Health here.
Yes.
At the headquarters.
Yeah.
So if it's devolved, then what is the role of the county government beyond paying the workers in the health sector?
I think they still have a role. The budget of the Ministry of Health in Wajir, Mandela, Garissa is averaging about 2.5 billion. But still, the national government has a share of the blame.
It's a fairly huge share. I understand.
Yes.
The reason why I'm asking this is I'm going on with the argument that you've put across about self-marginalization, and I'm thinking to myself, when one sees such things, beyond the obvious leaning towards theft, okay? Because when you say corruption, you're not quite giving that particular activity the flavor that you should give it. It is theft. If money that is intended for a function is utilized, but the function for which it was set aside has not been met, and the money doesn't exist, there is no other reason the money has been stolen.
Yeah, of course, yes.
My question is, you are somebody who understands what is going on. What is it about the leadership that, despite all the problems that region has had, what is it that makes them disregard this so-called citizen who has elected them and whose welfare they're supposed to be looked after? What is it that happens?
Okay. The Northern Kenyan elite, political elite, have PhDs in political survival.
Okay.
What they do is, when Uhuru was the president, they will sing for Uhuru horse. Every time it's Uhuru Kenyatta. They will sing for him so much, shielding themselves from prosecution. if you see a Northern Kenya politician praising somebody, you'll cry tears. They are experts in praising. That's why one of our leaders, Duale, said he could throw himself away from, from KICC if Uhuru Kenyatta said so. Now, when William Ruto went there, they praised him and gave him 100 camels.
Okay.
The 100 camels, giving a billionaire president 100 camels is a curse in the African sense. From that stadium in Wajir, hardly 50 meters from the Wajir stadium fence were mothers who were not even taking breakfast and who were not even sure of their lunch.
Okay.
Why will all these camels and all these praises come from? Because people are stealing from the poor. These guys have perfected. They have PhDs. The president may have a PhD in zoology.
It's botany.
It's botany.
It's plant ecology, to be precise.
Plant ecology.
Yes.
Yeah, these ones have PhDs in praising ecology. Yeah, they praise the president so much.
Okay.
Give him 100 camels. They won't be prosecuted.
They won't be prosecuted.
Now, if in our next government, which is coming, by the way, your next government is coming automatically.
Okay.
I am a strategic intelligence analyst. The next government is not William Ruto by any means.
Okay.
These Northern Kenya MPs of last time who are praising William Ruto so much, they will praise us in August again.
They will now be singing the praises.
Oh yes, they will praise either Rigathi Gachagua or Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka or anybody else.
Whoever will be elected next.
Will be elected. But here is the catch. What we have said in DCP is when we come to power, Northern Kenya, those funds, we will have a special commission of inquiry.
Okay.
Yes. We will trace every coin stolen from our place.
Are you sure you're able to do that?
Yes.
It is possible.
Forensically, yes.
No, but are you sure you will achieve it? Because it is one thing to say,
yes,
because things have been said by other people,
yes,
but the moment they get into power, they start talking about reconciliation and forgetting and moving forward.
No, we have sent warnings to the praisers in chief, those people who praise people so much, Northern Kenyan elite, political elite. They could praise us, they could do anything. I know they'll praise us. We welcome it. But
but the axe will fall.
The axe will fall. I have been assured by the former Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, that we will be serious on this one.
You know, the person who is your party, the former party leader, the party you belong to, had similar sentiments. In fact, the issue of the audit of our debt was fundamental in his campaign. All these things that you are now saying.
Who's that? William Ruto?
Yes. William Ruto said similar things. Similar. And one sat in anticipation and said, right, let's see how this is going to be done. As we speak, the audit that was spoken of our debt, that has not happened.
True.
And an audit of that debt would really help us move forward.
Yeah, I agree. We have a lot of odious debt, that is agreed and in principle.
Yes.
We have a Marshall Plan for Northern Kenya, which is unbeatable. You can't beat it. It's for time being, it's a secret. When we launch our manifesto, we'll bring it forth. But the bigger Marshall Plan we have is to audit every shilling where it has gone to. Yeah.
You know, I have a question, because every time we host opposition leaders here, such as yourself, they usually say that, you know, they have this very special plan for Kenya.
True.
And then they say, you know, they don't want to reveal it early, because if they do, the government will scuttle it somehow. You know, maybe the president will either implement what you have already suggested or something to that effect. But isn't it a good thing to elevate the suffering of Kenyans now, as opposed to tell them, you continue suffering, but when we get to power, you will stop suffering?
But we are in a position we cannot do anything about the budget now. But you know,
give us this big secret.
Actually, Abdi, you can. That you cannot do anything about the budget. You can. No, I'm not saying the budget. Okay. Yes, we cannot. Okay. What we can do is we can say no, this is wrong, this is right. But I want to talk about the actual implementation.
Okay.
But now here is the catch. So Rigathi Gachagua and I, and many others, come from a system called the professional administration.
Yes.
It's called the national administration, by the way. Now, that is the highest educated civil service cadre in the world. In the black world, sorry. In the black world. I know City Moga, I know whether you're aware of this. That the national administration of Kenya, the PCs, the DCs, these people you see here, that system is the most educated civil service cadre in the black world.
Okay.
This you can do your research.
No, I know it is true.
Yeah.
I know it is true because it was deliberate.
Yes.
You could not be in the civil service at a certain point in time without the government participating actively in ensuring that you are very well educated and very well trained.
True.
Okay.
And the government paid for it.
Yes. And you attend so many different courses at Kenya School of Law here.
Kenya School of Management.
Yes. You attend other courses abroad, all this. Having come from a cadre with the most, with the highest educated civil service cadre, and the most hardworking civil service cadre. I was a district commissioner. Rigathi Gachagua was a district officer for a very long time. We mean what we say, and we say what we mean. Northern Kenya, we have put them on notice. Next year, despite the praises, they will praise us next year. They will be in for a very big shock.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, one of the things that I've always found interesting when a civil servant, one who was a DC, you know, most people look at the role of the PC and they think it is the most important. The role of the PC was more supervisory. The person who was involved in the day-to-day management of things on the ground was the DC.
Yes.
The DC determined how things happened, literally.
Yes, true.
And the DC had that power to do so.
Yes, true.
When a DC transitions into politics, you are educated, you are trained, you have discipline.
Yes, true.
But more importantly, you understand power. You really, really understand it because you had it and you knew how to exercise it.
True.
But within a certain degree of confinement.
Yes.
How do you translate the discipline that you learn and have in a civil service like, say, the county government, where everybody seems to be an entrepreneur?
True. A very difficult question. That needs a lot of research, I think, now. But, Muga,
yes,
I was among the proponents of the new constitution, although we had our own misgivings.
What were your misgivings? I'd like to understand this.
Yeah, my misgivings were the national administration. You know, the national administration, so-called the provincial administration then, has only one line in the constitution today. It's not thought of. Today we have a governor who can be rogue. Our misgivings mainly, we wanted the district commissioners to have a role in the running of the county governments.
Well, I was of the view that the provincial administration should never have been disbanded. That is my thinking.
Yeah.
I do not know why the craft of the constitution sought to do away with it. There was the tag of the colonial legacy. But the purpose the provincial administration played was of such significance. I don't know why they missed it.
True.
It's not just law and order. The administrative role that they played was extremely significant.
True.
Yes.
True. But today, they're still there, but less powerful and less. For example, I see sometimes President Ruto touring Nairobi. Every time he has toured Nairobi, gangs are on the loose. They follow. In fact, they literally follow the president.
They do, and they rob people.
Yes. When we were in charge, the district commissioners were in charge.
That would never happen.
That is, and you could not hear of such incidents.
That could never happen.
A presidential visit. Do you know the percentage of error in a presidential visit is 0?
Okay.
At the gangs, the president was touring Kasarani, and there are gangs around there.
How?
That was impossible.
That would never
heard of. Because we were in charge, highly educated, highly exposed, highly experienced, highly disciplined. But today, the powers of the professional organization has come down. We have been overtaken by some people called governors who have a lot of aura, and gangs.
But we still have county commissioners, or
oh yes, but
and their deputies.
You have the county commissioner, deputy county commissioners, regional commissioners, but I'm telling you of the former professional administration.
Yes.
Luckily, the individuals are still there, highly educated, highly disciplined, yes. But you know, sometimes, and then William Ruto has done one fundamental mistake in this country. When he came to power, he met the district commissioners and the county commissioners and listened people, and he told them, look, stick to your offices, leave politics for us. Today, the member of parliament is more powerful, very powerful. He could transfer a district commissioner in one phone call. In the real governance system,
yes,
post Hutu,
yes,
that was impossible. It will not happen. But William Ruto has elevated the members of parliament up above the district commissioners and regional commissioners and all these things. He has politicized everything. Yes.
Because I would think those are two separate individuals, two separate functions.
Yes.
I mean, how can a member of parliament really call for the transfer of a provincial or now a county administrator? I mean, how is that even possible?
Yes. Maybe the
or are we talking about their political influence?
Yes, political, not political influence as such, but just I'm saying about the general influence of the sub county.
Yes.
The MP wants to recruit a chief or an assistant chief. He will tell you do this. You will say no. Then because we have criteria for chiefs and assistant chiefs and these things. Sure. Sometimes he would like you to abuse other politicians, rival parliamentarians. You'll say no, we don't work like this. Then they will say. He will say, okay, Otaniona. Then the president visits your county or your sub-county. Member of parliament, Anashuke Mkono hivi, he takes them there. And he says, you know, this here is anti-government. You know, he's not working with us, as they say.
You know, Abdi, what we're discussing is a very important aspect of understanding our constitution.
Yeah.
The real pity is this. We had a commission whose role was the implementation of the commission. We gave it 5 years. I don't know why.
Yes.
Because the new constitution has to be tried out.
Yeah, it's true. Tested.
Yes. What we're doing is talking about the testing, and we're saying there's a shortfall here.
Yeah.
When if that commission was in force, then we would know, let's look at this constitution and see how we can bring back some of these things. 5 years when you actually have no clue what this thing even means. You're just beginning to figure it out. The commission is gone. So who then guides the implementation of the constitution? Because everything that we do refers to the implementation of the constitution. Look at how chapter 6 was completely bastardized.
True.
How? Because the commission that was supposed to oversight such things so that MPs don't just run amok. And change whatever doesn't suit them. Why is it more difficult to remove an MP than it is to remove a deputy president? Because the MPs went and protected themselves.
True.
Yes.
You know, I agree with you, Siti, in terms of that particular issue. And of course, we've discussed it here so many times. Every time I think about this particular story or this particular issue, I remember that we also have an attorney general and his office who are supposed to be advising government on issues to do with the law, constitution, and so on and so forth. So minus the commission of that particular implementation of the constitution of 2010, what is the role of the Attorney General as far as advising this government on what the constitution requires of it? What is their role?
Apart from what is documented.
Yes.
Sometimes it is not the office that is the problem.
Oh, it's the individual.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we have a constitution that is supposed to be a constitution that caters for the checks and balances in government. Because government is not the executive. Okay?
It's the three arms.
Yes, but starting with Uhuru Kenyatta, it's in Uhuru Kenyatta's time that we heard of state capture. Meaning, Parliament was there on paper, but in reality we had elected them. But what they could do was limited. Yeah. Why? They allowed themselves to be in that position. The courts, constant conflict with the executive. It is actually a good thing when they're in conflict. That is how you see the checks and balances being manifested. The letdown was Parliament.
Yeah.
They did not check the executive. This particular Parliament are doing even worse. Them, their record is infinitely worse.
Them, they are supporting everything.
But let me say, can I say something?
Yes.
About the trip now. President Ruto, Northern Kenyan parliamentarians, the political elite, lied to the president.
How so?
They told him around January that come the mass voter registration, they will register Northern Kenya, Northeastern province, let me say, with Mandela and Garissa, have about 650,000 registered voters.
Okay.
They told him when the mass voter registration comes, because you have now said there's no more vetting, we will register en masse and give you 1.5 million
voters.
Yes. That means they say they will add about 700,000-800,000 voters.
Do they exist?
It is demographically,
impossible.
Biologically,
impossible,
arithmetically, philosophically, impossible.
It's not possible
to raise
another 800,000.
Why?
They're not there.
The population is not that much. Is that what you're saying?
No. If you have 650,000 registered voters in 3 counties,
yes,
and you are saying within a month you want to add 600,000, it is
where are they going to come from?
Impossible. Where are they going to come from?
See, from those counties?
No. He's saying, remember, he listed
arithmetically, philosophically, spiritually,
the adjectives. He actually explained it. For the number of votes to increase, you start with how many people in this region are going to reach the age of maturity where they can start there. This year and the next year. And they have to reach that age before we actually go into an election. How many are they? It's not really a very difficult thing to figure out.
Yeah, it's very easy. Very easy. They registered 79,000
in this last voter registration.
I think it's 97,000 for the whole of Northern Kenya, but 20,000 is a voter who was moving from here to somewhere else, transfers. But the real number of voters was 79,000.
79? 179?
Yes.
79,000.
79,000 people.
Yes.
New voters. A president who has a whole of 5.5 million voters from Mount Kenya has only 79,000 voters to fill in. That's why William Ruto does not sleep at night. He cannot feel at all.
Let's say that the 79 is a start. Wengine watakuja baadaye.
Watakuja baadaye.
Maybe in the next exercise, because there's continuous voter registration.
Yes.
79.
Maybe in this continuous one they watafika hiyo.
How do you multiply this 79 by a factor of 10 to get to at least 790,000?
Arithmetically, spiritually,
and
philosophically.
The president is a farmer. Maybe they'll tell him, we grow people like maize. You can't grow people. We are not. You cannot GMO us.
Unajua Abdi,
now this man,
you're actually shocking me.
This man has a whole of 5.5 million votes to fill in.
Okay.
I told you I do a lot of strategic intelligence analysis.
Yes.
It is impossible for William Ruto to recover the votes he lost in Mount Kenya.
Can I ask you a question, Abdi?
Yes,
This is
yes,
something
please.
that when you say Mount Kenya, you're talking about what we call Central Kenya, the counties of Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri. Then we're going to Embu, and we're going to
Meru.
Meru.
Yes.
Okay, Kirinyaga. Okay. So if I hear you right, I hear you to be saying that this entire region, even as I mentioned them, because that's the region that has the votes we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
That to a person, they will not vote for President Ruto in 2027.
I think he also means perhaps, and I could be, correct me if I'm wrong, the ethnic natives of that region, not the Luos that live there or the Kalenjins that live in the Mount Kenya region. The natives.
Natives, yes.
You see, why I've mentioned them specifically because they are different regions. They are not. They are homogeneous when you refer to them as the mountain, but in terms of whether it is, I'm just asking because I actually don't know. All these individual counties that exist within this particular region we refer to as Mount Kenya, are we saying that they're all going to vote homogeneously and they will all vote against President Ruto?
All means 95% could mean all.
Yes.
I do something called OSINT. OSINT is open source intelligence. And nowadays, and don't get cheated, this thing called intelligence is not some unique thing.
It's not magical.
And nobody has the preserve of intelligence. When in the morning, Nuruddin goes to William Ruto.
NIS.
Yes. And takes an envelope or a book or something, a briefcase written with
a brief of intelligence.
Yes. 80% of that is from open source.
What does open source mean?
Open source mean what is available.
Online,
what has Muga said, what has Boss said here, what has Abdi said, what are the people in Mojia saying. Yes. 80% of that is from open source.
Okay.
As a specialist,
yes,
I carry out a lot of open source intelligence analysis on different regions in Kenya.
Okay.
On a weekly basis, and maybe compare notes with my former classmates, and we compare notes with some team members.
Yes.
Mount Kenya is almost gone, and I tell you, 95%, 5% is nothing much. Western Kenya is the same thing. Unfortunately, the president will go back, I think, to Northern Kenya again. Try to see whether he can grow some human beings. He will not be able to grow. We are dealing with a disparate presidency and disparate government. William Ruto is my friend. Have I told you that, Muga?
No, you have not told us that.
In 1997, when William Ruto became the first time member of parliament.
Was it 97 or 92?
No, 97.
97,
North.
Okay.
As it was called then.
I was the district officer 2, was in Gishu. I was with him. When he, remember there was a time to say that he beat up Chesira and all these things.
Yeah, there are those who said he slapped Chesira and did
yes. Yeah. I was around there. That's the first time I was recruited as a district officer. I was around there. Therefore, I've known him from 1997. And I was his chairman.
Okay.
I know when William Ruto is winning, and I know when William Ruto is losing. And he knows that I know. And he knows, Rigathi Gachagua knows when he's losing.
Okay.
Therefore, Northern Kenya was, the tour was not a success. There's a lot of pomp and color amid poverty, hunger, thirst. I wish the president could have prosecuted or asked for the prosecution of investigation and prosecution of those people who are stealing from us. But I told you, the Northern Kenya MPs sing lullabies to the president. They went to, William Ruto was hosting them in Wajir.
Yes.
State Lodge.
Yeah, we saw.
That night, I can tell you, without an iota of doubt,
yes,
these Northern Kenya MPs are poets when it comes to praising. They praised the president so much that around 10 when they left him, he went to his bed and slept straight. But I think he woke up around 3, knowing that Mount Kenya is gone. William Ruto's biggest headache. Do you know William Ruto's biggest headache?
No, tell me.
Every time. He sleeps very nicely. People sing and tell him, Mr. President,
kila kitu kiko sawa.
He wakes up at 3 p.m. and knows, milima imeenda.
Abdi, as we finish up our conversation, are you still friends with the president? Do you talk?
No, we don't.
Okay.
We just talk.
Why?
I'm in a different political inclination.
Right.
And I'm a discipline officer. I believe that I'm here and I will stick to this place.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you something. Do you have time first?
Well, I'll allow you 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes.
1 minute. We have seen the president's people always saying, we shall trigger this election, this election. The main reason why they do that is there's something called manufacturing consent.
Yes.
By Noam Chomsky, a book by Noam Chomsky. It's called manufacturing consent. They want people to believe that William Ruto has the ability to rig. William Ruto does not have the ability to rig. In the next election, when we have 1,600 polling center results, the results of this president of Kenya will be known only through 1,600 polling centers.
I thought we have about 40-something thousand polling
No,
stations.
we don't need them. Yeah. In this era, we only need 1,600 polling centers
to win the presidency.
No, to know who has won the elections. By the second day, elections is 10th of August.
Yes.
2027. By 11th in the morning, if we have results from 1,600 polling centers covering different regions in this era of AI,
yes,
and strategic intelligence analysts will be able to tell you so and so is the president of this country.
All right.
Yeah, with zero margin of error. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Abdinur. Unfortunately, this is where we come to a stop as far as today's conversation is concerned. Lakini utakuja utuambie mengine mengi zaidi ukipata nafasi.
Asante sana.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana.
Radio Generation, I like your motto.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We are the home of hard truths and bold insights.
Yes.
Sawa.
Thank you.
Coming up next is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. School health consultant Dr. Njoki Fernandez has raised concern of a growing wave of student strikes, warning that they are causing disruption in schools and affecting learning and discipline among learners. Speaking on Radio Generation today, she notes that some of the unrest is linked to weakened parental responsibility and poor communication between parents and their children. She urged parents to be more involved in guiding their children and to work closely with schools to address behavioral challenges before they escalate into unrest.
Our morals reflect then in our children. If they see you on the street throwing stones and burning cars, they know this is how to solve problems. And they respect us. We are their
mentors.
Exactly. So they go ahead and then
We are
they
their
do
role models.
the same thing. Yes. Then now, what are the consequences when children have bad behavior at home? I remember I was just trying to think if my mother was ever called to school that I don't know I have broken what or I have done well. I'd rather that story ends in school and she never hears about it. There were consequences, right? And even if I was sent away from school, I wouldn't go back. Chukua jembe ukalime. Yeah, but now, what are the consequences that we show our children for bad behavior? Sometimes you find even parents supporting their kids. When you go to the school and you're told that your child has misbehaved, you find the child opposing the school.
A proposed US-supported Ebola isolation facility in Nanyuki is facing renewed scrutiny in Parliament, with lawmakers raising concerns over its purpose and implications for Kenya's sovereignty. Members of Parliament say remarks by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio that no American infected with Ebola will be allowed into the United States have raised questions about the intended role of the facility. They argue the comments suggest the center could serve foreign interest while exposing Kenya to potential risks. Residents of Nanyuki town in Laikipia County have stepped up their opposition to plans for an Ebola quarantine facility at the Laikipia Air Base. The residents say they will continue protesting until the government drops the project. Speaking at a press briefing in Nanyuki, residents argued that the proposed facility could pose a health risk to the community and accuse the government of failing to listen to their concerns.
We will fight this government in the corridors of justice. We will also fight them in the streets of Nanyuki. We have called for protest. There is protest on Tuesday. We are asking the entire country to join us, to stand in solidarity with Nanyuki and say no Ebola quarantine facilities, not just in Nanyuki but anywhere in Kenya.
Remember yesterday the US government issued an advisory on travel to Kenya, like telling their members and countrymates not to travel to Kenya and to be aware about that. So that really implicates matters tourism.
German prosecutors have demanded life imprisonment for the man on trial over the 2024 car ramming attack at a Christmas market in Magdeburg that left 6 people dead and more than 300 others injured. The accused, Talib Jawad, has confessed to the attack. Prosecutors told the court that the incident defies human comprehension and should attract the harshest possible sentence. They said the attack in Magdeburg was planned long in advance and caused lasting suffering to victims and their families. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you doing? It's 11 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. There's a guy called Gibbs. Amesema, hi city. So first of all, city, hi.
Hi.
Akasema, hi city. It's amazing. I'm listening to you guys and I can eavesdrop the car in front of me. It's on the same bandwidth. Nduati. So alikuwa anatusikiza then akasikia ni kama kuna echo akasema kwani akazima hiyo radio yake kidogo akasikia ala gari iko mbele nasikiza Radio Generation. So Ndwati na ile gari iko mbele yako. Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Na muendelee hivyo.
Asante sana.
Right. Elijah Sang nimekuona, Wangoi nimekuona pia. Alafu kuna Majok kama kawaida. Majok is saying a development blueprint should be a public document. An alternative government competes by showing how their ideas are more superior. These secrets are being told are a sign of nothing coming. Well, Majok, watu ni kama watu wamesikizana. Tukiuliza watu wa Wiper wanasema ngojeni. Tukiuliza watu wa DCB wanasema ngojeni. Tukiuliza watu wa Jubilee ngojeni. Tukiuliza akina nani kila mtu anasema ngoje. Mtu mwenye alitupatia tu blueprint na aka admit that there is more work to be done is Honorable Maraga. Huyo tu ndio alisema, my friends, this is what I will tell you for now. The rest I will wait for Kenyans to tell me. Willy Kitala amesema this is real talk and the situation what is happening the face of the North region, the hardship the people are facing even after the celebrations, you won't believe. Ni kubaya huko North
Kubaya vipi?
Yeah.
If you're talking about comparisons, my friend,
They are, and what Abdi was talking about was something that is mirrored throughout all the counties that we have. Just that he's being vocal here.
Yeah.
You cannot align the amount of money that all the counties have received in this 10 plus years, 13 now, with whatever you refer to as development in these places. It is not possible.
What I like about Abdi Nur is the fact that he's saying all these things about the government with a very straight face.
Yes.
And I find them very funny and hilarious, but he is not even grinning.
No.
He's not even showing us his teeth, man. This guy, he's an intelligence officer. Henry, in studio right now, we want to talk about something completely different, but still on matters to do with politics, eh? In studio tunangojea kwanza, kuna mwingine hajafika bado, lakini kwa sasa tuko na neck member wa Wiper Party, that is Kamau wa Mbiu. Kama, good morning, how are you doing?
Good morning, I'm doing well.
Uko fiti kabisa?
Kabisa.
Baridi mezidi, eh?
Well, saizi today, the weather today is actually very good. Very cozy and...
Hii jacket ni mpya hii.
Si mpya.
Uko Wiper mko na pesa?
Why don't you start? Hii jacket ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuiona.
Okay. Hii jacket ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuiona, eh?
Yes.
Uko Wiper ni kama mambo si mbaya, si ndio?
Yani, he's not changing. Bwana anaelekea mahali ameamua kuelekea.
Actually, let me tell you something about Kamau. Hata he's looking healthier than the last time he was here. Yeah. It's like uko Wiper mambo ni poa.
No, let me tell you something. If there's something that has helped me over time.
Yes.
And this since time immemorial, since I was in high school, since then campus, is the art I have mastered. The art of, I'll not mention the art of, being at peace with how things are.
Okay.
And moving with what I can be able to do and what I cannot do. And what I cannot do, I employ a good strategy to do whatever I want to do. So the moment I have, I'm at peace, and I have accepted the situation with which I'm in, then now I'll be able to move. Sasa kushinda ukipewa stress na kasongo na vitu mingi na haita kusaidia na hautamtoa, hautamfanyia anything, and then kazi haifanyiki. It's not that we don't go through problems. Our businesses are not working. People are closing down. We are relieving people of their duties. We like now there's some 2, 3, 4 or whatever ceremonies I want to do. Bado hesabu ija balance. Unajua sasa, now the moment you come into terms with what is happening. Kule ground unapigiwa simu, harambe, mazishi, huyu anauza hii, loans, nini. So the moment you are at peace with what is happening, and then now you relax, and then now you have a strategy going forward, you'll be able to go. Because what is paramount is your health.
True. I agree. Actually, in South China, they usually say "Dong Shai Ke," and by South China I mean Kitui County. But that's besides the point. There's a proverb we want to share with you. City. Bado uko usheli.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the Republic of the Seychelles.
Amje kuja South China kwani?
I've been to South China, and some parts are very, oh my goodness. But anyway, the quote unquote,
finish that sentence.
I won't, but the God. Because actually I think, and I'll say this out loud, my party leader,
yes,
I think whoever he thinks he is, whatever he can achieve, I know he will. And whoever he thinks he is, he is. That man. That place.
Yes.
And then I was there recently, and I tend to imagine how it was
before.
By the way, that man needs,
Makofi.
Heads up, Mr. Kalonzo. Well, doctor, he's exemplary among others, but now to him, because we know him, he has done something.
Wacha Siti akupatie hiyo methali, alafu after hiyo methali nitakuuliza what you think about some of the things that people say about your party leader. Let's go ahead.
He who is scared of work has no heart for deeds.
He who is scared of work has no heart
for deeds.
For deeds.
I think it's self-explanatory. If you're scared of work, you don't have the heart for deeds. The heart of progress, the heart of seeing things move, the heart of seeing people progress, the heart of making people, happy, the heart of fulfilling people's wishes and what they want to achieve. Because you're scared of work, if you're scared, you're only caring about 3 things. You're actually not 3 things, 1 thing. You're selfish. You only care about yourself, and you only care about your development, and you only care about yourself, and everything pertains and goes around you. So if you're scared of work, if you cannot put in the work that you're supposed, the things that are supposed to be done to action, then being scared is I want to quantify being scared as not scared per se, but you don't want to put in the work. You don't want to be termed as responsible.
Lazy. You're lazy.
You're lazy. At the other end, you want everything to revolve around you.
Okay.
So if he who is scared, who is lazy, who is not, he who is selfish, does not have the heart of the people.
Deed. Okay.
The people. The deed is the people, because those are the people are the ones who they benefit from the deeds you're going to do.
Okay.
So you do the people and you don't care about the people. That is why you'll not do anything, and everything revolves around you.
Sawa. Well, there you have it, Mr. Muga.
What I always like about the interpretations is, depending on what one's inclination is, whether it's a discipline, whether it's a pastime, the interpretations will actually follow that particular discipline. Yes.
Good stuff. All right. So our second guest has arrived, but as she settles down, like I was saying, watu wanasemanga hivi kuhusu party leader wa Wiper, that is Honorable Kalonzo. Wanasemanga hana psych mingi, hana nguvu, hana energy, ha throw punches kama for example Rigathi Gachagua, ha throw punches for example kama President Ruto. He's not as energetic. What do you think about that description of Kalonzo?
I will go with an example of someone here in studio.
Yes.
City.
Okay.
City will not lie to you. City will always be straightforward with you.
True.
City will not sit around and hear you humomonga na useme stories za jaba. He will always tell you, hapo umeenda vibaya. Hata kama umekosea na decimal a point. That is him.
Yeah.
He will never keep quiet and listen to you lead astray people.
Yeah.
That is Kalonzo Musyoka.
Okay.
Kalonzo Musyoka in his nature.
Yes.
He's venye aliumbwa na Mungu.
Ndio.
He is a diplomatic man, quiet man. It is not that he does not get angry. He gets. And also you should also know the nature of the nature of people and character of people. Those people who yap too much, talk too much, they are scared.
Okay.
They talk too much because kiburi, wanataka kuuza woga. Those people who are quiet and they are listening, because Daktari is one man who listens a lot. Also, when they want to react, they are very much reactive. I want to tell people today, Kalonzo gets annoyed at things that are not progressive, and how he acts. He might not act like anyone else, but I hope if we can try him, you will see how he acts, and things will move. So, and I would want the people of Kenya not to term him as how he is. He is a quiet man. He is a good man, and he wants things to move. You get? I would want to term him as Kibaki. Kibaki was quiet. Kibaki was good. And look at him. For 5 years, they worked together.
Okay.
They did a lot of things together, and never did he hear any wrangles.
Okay.
Never did we see Kalonzo being disrespected, or him disrespecting the president. Most of the times, actually, I'll say this because we sit and talk. Sometimes he'll tell us, sometimes because Mzee was Mzee.
Yeah.
There are moments he woke up and he was not feeling very well. He was not feeling very well, and Kalonzo had to step up He had to run the country. Most of the times you would ask, where is the president? He's quiet. Most of those times, Mzee was sick. But who was running the country? Who was running the cabinet? Kalonzo. So most of the things, equally as Kibaki did, Kalonzo was part and parcel of the whole process. So he is a good man, and he likes things progress. He does not speak until things are done. So at least anaona, and then we don't need to speak for people to see what you're doing. We need to feel it. We need to actually actualize it.
All right.
That is Mzee for you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kamau. Ambia Kalonzo akutumia mpesa, umempigia debe sana.
No, he doesn't need to, and that is why she also knows, because I follow that man for who he is.
All right.
And his character and his, mtu ana, actually he does not entertain politics of handouts.
Oh, that one I know. We've had complaints about that.
He does not entertain, and I would want.
Yes, there's a time some people complained, and it was all over social media. We tulienda tukaona Kalonzo, tukakaa hapo sijui 3 hours, wakaanza kusema hata chai, hata biscuits, hata bus fare kurudi.
Hapana, chai anapeananga sana. You cannot sit with Kalonzo. Chakula utakula, utakunywa chai, you'll have a candid conversation.
Lakini bus fare utajipanga.
Hiyo ni handouts na ni mbaya.
Okay.
Na si kila wakati. Well, when you're having some students here and there, if it is not good, let the point sink. We want to change the nation. You see, the politics of handouts, those are the problems we are having today.
I agree
with you. We are here because of those politics of handouts.
Come on, I actually agree with you.
Yes.
But let me introduce now your co-guest. That is
good friend.
Yes, Sophie Mugurenje here. She's a National Youth League Chair, People's Renaissance Movement Party. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mko salama?
Kabisa.
Who is the party leader of Renaissance? It's Renaissance. Yeah, who's the party leader?
We don't have a party leader yet.
All right.
But we shall have one soon.
All right.
Yeah.
But at least you have a leadership structure.
Yes.
Okay.
Our party is mostly focused on giving young people an opportunity to be on the ballot, because we know with the most of the political parties that have existed before and for a long time, young people are mostly disenfranchised in this establishment, also because the cost that is needed for them to be there and even go through the nomination process is quite high. So most times you find young people do not get an opportunity to be in the ballot. But this time round, we have a political party that is aimed at providing alternative leadership to this country, aimed mostly at delivering the economic liberation, because we know right now our problems are mainly economical. So the goal is to put in a progressive leadership that will, as a matter of fact, follow the rule of law, but disseminate dignity and social justice and equality to the common Mwananchi, to be able to achieve our generational mission. Because our generational mission, even the reason why we went to the street, it's because of our economic position. So we would like now to take that to the ballot, and it is to give MP candidates, even president candidates, a chance to vie as a young person and actually be in a position of leadership, so that we can be the change that we need.
Okay.
Yes.
The conversation today is around Kenyans and their faith. Well, not necessarily religious faith, but just faith in governance, faith in leadership, and so on and so forth. Do you think, or do you believe, or at the very least, what is your perspective as far as our faith in governance and leadership is concerned?
At the moment, I think Kenyans are going through a lot of bombardment when it comes to what is not working. Every day there's something new in our faces. If it's not fuel, it's the finance bill, it's Ebola, it's children and women disappearing. There's something new every single day. But I think with the constant bombardment, it results to a suspension of our critical thinking as citizens, because you're overwhelmed. It's just too much. So you're not able to think critically and actually look for solutions and find hope and find joy and glimmers in the life that we're living today. I think it's a strategy of an oppressive regime to constantly ensure that we are heavy laden with things that are not in our favor, to to disenfranchise us as the citizens, and then it gives them now an opportunity to weaponize our situations. For instance, as young people, we lack employment. The poverty rate in this country is now at a rate of 42%. We have the professionals and the civil servants actually feeling the burden of their paychecks becoming smaller. So you find these opportunities then for an oppressive regime to come and give you handouts in terms of food supplies, in terms of money, in terms of job opportunities,
those empowerment programs.
Yes, the empowerment programs, exactly. So it provides a leeway for them to seem as the saviors, yet they're not, because we shouldn't. It's like saying you're paying a fish to swim. It's supposed to swim. That's the job it's supposed to do.
There's something you've said that is refusing to leave my mind, and you said because of some of these situations, we have what? I think you said we have suspended our critical thinking.
Yes.
What is the hallmark of that suspension?
Well, you see, at the end of the day, you have to eat, right? And we forget that every single one of our problems is political. Our health issues are political. Our education issues are political. Everything around us is political. But the fact that
even
you
social
have
justice is political.
Having a dignified life is political. A clean environment, it's political, you know. The fact that you have to put food on your table and constantly live from hand to mouth, then you don't have time to understand that a clean environment is political. You don't have time to understand that extrajudicial killings are as a result of bad governance. And because you have not yet been, it's not your family member who has died, you won't have time to go and protest on behalf of another person who has lost a family member.
Okay.
You will suspend your critical thinking and your understanding of these issues, even though they're not affecting you. You don't know when they will affect you.
Okay.
So you're not able to then participate in the solutions of coming up with the solutions presently. So we are then forced to wait until the next electioneering period to actually see some form of light and some form of hope. But every day, even the Constitution has provided for us mechanisms to change a regime that we feel we are not okay with. There are provisions of impeachment. There are provisions of recall. There are provisions of petitions to the county governments, to the parliament. But we are not able to participate in these processes because we are bombarded by the life that we are living that is below the poverty line. So we are constantly just thinking about our stomachs, about where we are going to get money for rent from. So we are not able to participate in processes of governance.
Kamau, same question. You can buttress our points, you can introduce new ones. Have we lost faith?
Lost is an understatement. We don't have faith at all. We lost. It died. Actually, it is not. We have not lost it.
It's dead.
It's dead. We don't have faith at all with the current government. You know, with everything, with the. And I want to agree with my sister here. Actually, that was the right word. We have suspended our thinking. The people in government, they have heads.
Yeah.
They have a full functional head with uji in between the ears. Because tell me why a full president running a whole government with the current health status of our nation. I was in Kenyatta 3 weeks ago. It's horror in that hospital.
Oh, you had to meet it?
No, not me.
Oh, okay.
I'd gone to see someone. It's horrific. The situation there is dire. It's bad.
What exactly is horrific and dire?
By that I mean the status of the hospital. People are everywhere. People are sleeping on the same bed. There was no food actually to give to these patients. There are so many people in that hospital. They are healed. They are okay, but there are bills, pending bills. They have not yet cleared their bill so that they can be cleared out of the hospital. The situation is bad. You go to the cancer side, the machines there that day were not working. It is funny. And then now here all of a sudden, and we are unable to deal with diabetic patients. We are unable to deal with the pressure patients. People suffering from blood pressure, homa. here in Kenya tumeshindwa kusustain actually as basic as food in this country. My sister says 42% of people are now living under the poverty rate. Actually, it's higher, it's 47. People are unable to feed themselves. But here we have come, we want to come and reintroduce a global pandemic that is one of the most deadliest diseases.
Okay.
That we want to bring it here. I want to tell you, once we bring that Ebola here in Kenya,
right,
we take it to Laikipia. A pilot who is flying these people, a police officer or a KDF who is coming into contact with these people. There are people around that area coming into any sort of contact, even the medics, even the people from the WHO who are coming into contact with these persons. They give maybe the soldier aende asalimiwa na daktari, soldier aende kwake, bahati tu mbaya huyo soldier akuwa anakaa hapa Kibera ama akuwa anakaa hapa Nairobi, amekuja kwake na mtoto wake anaenda shule moja na mtoto wako ama mtoto wangu. Now that one is you have introduced the disease in our ecosystem. Okay.
Well,
now the moment the reason you're saying these people are not using their heads, they are not actually thinking. And the reason I was saying, I would refer to the proverb, this guy is scared, this guy does not care. William Ruto does not care about the people of Kenya. He has no interests of the people of Kenya at heart. He has absolutely nothing. We had the other day the CS for Health, Alisama, we don't need approval from the people of Kenya to do what we want to do. So they have told you, by the way, you kwendeni huko. Nyinyi ndo mko huko, sisi ndo kusema. Reason being, tumepatiwa 200 billion, hiyo ndo tunatumia. That is the president who said that we have been given 200 billion and some other more facility resources to curb this disease. The CS goes to parliament and says for 100 patients we will need 2.6 billion Kenya shillings. So what about if they go to 200, 300?
You just multiply by that.
Just multiply by that factor. And in a state where we have been unable to curb health, we have been unable to calm some funny diseases like malaria, where in US they were done away with 100 years ago. Lakini hapa kwetu ndo tunataka kujiletea, you know. And that is
sina details say quarantine facility stroke isolation facility, but what I know for sure is that if at all there will be any patients within that facility, they will only interact with the caregivers, and the caregivers will not interact with the outside world.
My brother, there is always a way. Iozo zinakuanga stories za jaba. There is always a way for it to come out.
You know how quarantine facility functions?
Yes, I know.
Okay, let me start by asking you, what is quarantine? When you say that you're building a quarantine facility, what are you doing?
It's a secluded area that is away from the people, that is, they are given special attention by special people wearing special gears.
In a health setting where you fear the spread of a disease, a quarantine has two functions. One, people who may be exposed to the disease, you are there, you're given a period of time when the disease or the virus is supposed to incubate and manifest as a disease, and that's 21 days. Thereafter, if you have the disease or you are infected, then you're taken into what we call isolation. If you look at the trade we have with DRC Congo, and the people who go to DRC Congo go through Uganda and come into Kenya, currently, the number of trucks that ply our borders on a daily basis are probably 1,700 to 2,500. Each of those trucks has two people at a minimum. Now, the trucks go to Uganda, they go to Tanzania. They go to DRC. As we speak now, the number of people in DRC who are suspected to have the virus are close to 1,000.
True.
The ones who have been confirmed are 320?
344 as of yesterday.
As of yesterday. Those who have died are, is it 48 or more?
48 as of yesterday.
Yes. Now, it doesn't mean that DRC doesn't have places where you can contain gas. Where you can
quarantine.
They do. The problem is what happens with somebody who then is found to be sick. When Ebola broke out in Liberia, there were a number of doctors who were working there who were US citizens. When they were flown back into their country, they were treated, nobody died. The country they had left behind, many people who had been found with the disease did die. The treatment for the disease doesn't exist. In a quarantine center, you will have treatment. Now, for something to be spread, if it is airborne, then you're in trouble. That's why if you have a cold right now, and I'm talking to you now, by now, I'd be manifesting symptoms of cold. Right now, because it's airborne.
True.
That particular virus, from 1976, mpaka sasa, when we've heard about it, do you know how many people have died? That one takupatia homework. I'm trying to explain to you that Ebola breaks out, but at no point has it reached epidemic proportions. Epidemic means it is not in one country. Imetoka Kenya, imeenda Uganda, imeenda Tanzania, imeenda Somalia.
I totally understand, City.
There's a reason why I've gone into this dialogue. It is when you find yourself in a position where you want to make a case for the political institution that you belong to, you should. But it also helps when you know facts about certain issues. This particular matter, there are very many things we're not clear about. I don't know right now whether it's going to be a quarantine facility, whether it's going to be an isolation facility. I don't know. I also don't know how much money they're actually being given to help build it at a facility. I don't know.
Now you see where the skepticism is coming from.
Oh, I'm in full agreement. What I'm trying to say is when he talked about the chain reaction of one person being infected and how it's passed on to the other, it doesn't work like that.
Now what I'm trying to say, City, is here, and the reason the US government have stated clearly, we don't want any US citizen to come into our soil from Congo, and anyone who have come into contact
with Ebola,
with Ebola to come. And actually, I'm very sure even anyone coming from Congo going to the US is being treated as a high risk person.
Yes.
The reason as to why I stated so, why is it then being brought here, and I explained about the chain of how it can be passed from one person, is because, City, even the slightest of mistakes, the slightest of mistake can cause mayhem.
No,
it can be
can't.
bad. That is why even the US government cannot allow even the slightest of mistakes.
It cannot cause mayhem. Epidemics cause mayhem. COVID caused mayhem. HIV caused disruptions. We did not shut down the country. It's COVID that made us shut down the country. And HIV killed more people than COVID did.
I'd like to hear Mugure's thoughts on this.
Yes, as Mugure comes on, I want to say and clear, and I know Mugure will agree with me. Bottom line of what we are saying, we are not going hatutaki, whether it is two people, whether it is whoever, whether it is costing 1,000 shillings to build the facility, whether it is free of charge, we don't want US citizens to come into this country.
Shouldn't you know what it is you're refusing? Shouldn't you have an understanding?
I know, I have.
Actually, you do not. This is the whole point. You actually don't.
Kamau is refusing Ebola.
No. That I understand.
In every shape and form.
What I also take exception to, he is saying the president is bringing the disease. Now you see, that is absolutely wrong.
Sophie,
bringing the disease.
Your views.
How exactly?
Hebu tupatie views zako.
You see, it doesn't sit well with me that we are not seeing we're building these facilities for Kenyan citizens who are in DRC right now, and we want to bring them home and take care of them. It doesn't sit well with me because we have a regime with a history of taking advantage of a crisis or the assumption that a crisis is coming. Let me give you an example and I'll justify my point. When there was rumor of, the Strait of Hormuz was closed, right?
Yes.
And now fuel could not conveniently get to us. So they anticipated a crisis. And they told us that we have to get more substandard fuel because we cannot get the good one in time. So we do not want a shortage. So what we're going to do is we are going to try and cushion Kenyans from the incoming fuel crisis. Less than a month later from that, and I remember somebody saying, we anticipate the fuel crisis to even be worse than COVID. Then a little into a week or two later after his statement, 2.9 billion is missing. And we have gentlemen caught with 500 million in their homes. And we have, and when I remember KTN did a check on the Kenya Pipeline Company area where the fuel is kept.
It's stored, yes.
They actually realized there was no shortage. Fuel was there long enough to sustain us, but there were people in Nyeri who were not getting fuel. So they sort of created the shortage to justify, and then there was a scandal. So I am a kawaida citizen. I'm sitting here and you're telling me, first of all, you need 2.6 billion to build facilities to prepare for the first 100 Ebola cases. We still don't have a confirmed case in Kenya. Then you're telling me that you're building an Ebola facility for American citizens where their own country is even asking, we have better facilities in America. Why not bring them here where domestic facilities can actually offer better than what you're taking to Kenya? So my skepticism comes in, is it just another crisis that is impending for a specific lot of people to make money? Because they want us to be transparent with our tax records. They want us to be transparent with our M-Pesa messages. They are even going to the extent of invading our privacy using telecommunication companies like Safaricom to sell our data. And I've mentioned them because they have a case and they have been seen to give away our data without court orders, but they don't want to be transparent with information on the deals that they're making with international countries. We saw just almost recently that the US wanted our health data, and we refused, and the courts halted that. Then again, you're coming into another health partnership with the US again. What am I supposed to think, honestly, CT? Guide me.
You know, the issue of the health data takes us, I'm coming back to what you're asking, comes back to a different discussion. Have you heard of rentier capitalism? Rentier capitalism is where institutions like Google, all these institutions that you pay rent to for providing you with a service. They don't actually build anything that you can see, but there's a service they provide. Now, right now, there are those who argue that the U.S. government has been held captive by these institutions because they are multi rich. That data, the U.S. government as an entity would not have used for it. These people would. They are the ones who would push the agenda. When we had COVID, we heard of COVID millionaires and we heard of the scandal that followed the disease. We had the MES problem where equipment was being bought for counties, and it is alleged some are getting equipment they didn't even need, or if they needed it, they didn't even know what to do with it.
And they're still there and they've never been used.
Kabza, we have a history. Let me align my arguments that you understand it. Everything you've said, I agree with. There is nothing you've said that I disagree with. My problem with my friend Kamau here, he is discussing an epidemic and talking about chaos.
That are not there.
No, it's not just it's not there. It won't happen. Why did I give you the example of DRC, which is the epicenter? Why has that disease not spread to the rest of the country? 48 have died. The population of DRC is what? 111 million. So I'm simply saying there is a problem. The facts are important to raise the issues pertaining to that particular problem. He is being alarmist. That is my problem. And he is not getting his facts on how epidemics spread correctly. That is what I'm challenging him with. The issue of something coming in and the citizens are not happy with it, I'm in full agreement. This is something we should have known about. We should have been told about it. There should have been a debate about it. it is alarmist conversations that pick on a particular issue, and it is spoken of as though it is true, and yet it is not factually accurate. That is my problem.
Okay. And that is true, City. I am in agreement with what you're saying. But whatever I'm trying to say here is alarming because the government itself is bringing the situation here. I am talking about Ebola as the disease and what it can do to the people. You know, let us not, as my sister here would say, that was created. Let us first of all address the disease. And then now we will come to the political part of it, because it is the political and the neocolonialism that is happening in between of people making money. I am aware that even it is not a coincidence that they mention Ebola and then there's a national management disaster bill that was signed and giving the president some money. That bill, ilianza way before. But way before in 2023. I am not. It is actually it is a bill of 2023 being passed now, but it is no coincidence politically. If you are, do you know there's a bill of 2024 being passed also within? Yes, I am. Yes. But these things in the government, they take time. They take time. But also, it is a house of cards. If you've watched a series, a political series, I know. Of the House of Cards and how these cards are played, Spacey, you will know very well that there is something that is cooking in between, and that is why I will agree with both of them that the government have to come clean with what they really want to do.
Let me ask you a question.
What they are doing.
Can I ask you a
inside
question?
there.
If we have the number of trucks I've mentioned coming through our borders, and they go to DRC, they come to Uganda, where do you think we are most likely to have the disease coming into the country?
Our people.
In terms of numbers, where is it most likely? Through our airport, through our borders, where people drive through? Where is it?
Through our borders, where people drive through.
There are these people who traverse Mombasa, Malaba, Busia, Uganda, DRC, and they do it regularly.
Yeah.
So I am simply saying, and if you know where Kivu is the southmost part, which is nearer to us than any other part of DRC, and DRC is huge. I am simply saying that if we have a problem right now, and we're talking about Ebola, do you also know that all these border points that we have health facilities?
Yes.
I would be asking the question, do they have the ability to screen for Ebola? That's the question I would be asking. Are they able to? And if they are, can we get results of what is that happens in our borders? I understand, my friend here is a politician, so are you. I understand political rhetoric. But, it helps enormously if it is factual.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is why I want to say, City, and you're bringing it into light, that it is very unfortunate that the government and the people running it, and I'm saying it simultaneously with the US government and our government, they are working hand in hand to play mind game with the people. It is very unfortunate.
Is the amount of money really that is being given to us? Because, we still don't know how much money we're being given in total, but so far we are aware of 1.7 billion. So is the amount of money we are getting vis-a-vis the risk?
But these are the questions that we would ask if we had been told about this.
Exactly.
We would ask and say, okay, hii pesa tunapewa ni ya nini, first of all?
Yeah.
What is it for? Are we building it? And if we're building, what are the details? There are so many things that could have been in the public domain, so that even if we're having this debate, it would have been from an informed position.
Absolutely.
Right now, we're shooting in the dark.
So that's exactly the reason why we are refusing
it.
For starters, because our constitution allows us access to information. It actually is dependent on the government to be transparent on its dealings to us as the citizens. They owe us that. But we're not getting that. So would it be wrong for us then to advise our supporters, like you're saying, to actually say no to this thing? Because we haven't even solved the health problems that we have here in Kenya. Today, the CT scan machine at Mathare Referral Hospital has collapsed.
It isn't the only one.
It isn't the only one.
Yes.
So we haven't even solved.
Mathare right now actually has a crisis.
The patients are sleeping on the floor.
And that is why
Kenyatta ilitengenezwa 2 weeks ago.
82,000 patients at Mathare right now are not able to get critical care that they're supposed to have.
And that is why
and it's a referral hospital.
Once we start asking the questions of Ebola, we really don't want to delve deep into what is happening because of our people. We just want to tell them we don't need this disease with whatever the government is playing, to avoid all the deep things. Well, it's good to, also I also believe, and this for me, city don't go even the France whatever that was here,
Africa Forward Summit,
that was let me call it nonsense, because there was something deeper into it, and that is why we have to question some of the government dealings.
I think
you get
so Sophie, you're saying?
I'd like to ask a question. We have said something about the National Disaster Management Bill, and you have argued that it came before.
Yeah, the process of bringing it into.
Of bringing it in. But this government, and possibly even the regime that came before it, have mastered the art of weaponizing the Constitution against its own. Case in point, for instance, Public Finance Management Act. It's used to divert funds from the consolidated fund, take loans on those funds. Now we are having securitization on these funds.
Levies and taxes.
But it is because the Constitution has been amended and weaponized against the common mwananchi. So my question is, when then we see such bills coming in, aren't we then worried? Are they not then going to weaponize the same acts?
Against
Cybercrime Act. The word false information was used to tell some of us that we are terrorists, and we were taken to court for reasons and of terrorism and treason. So what then will it then befall upon me as a citizen to start thinking about this bill having come in 2023? Wouldn't it be weaponized?
Okay, what about this bill specifically? Do you have an issue with?
Well, the president has the autonomy to declare a national disaster. He has the autonomy to state that this particular area is undergoing a national disaster. So the people there need to leave. And he's the one to say when the national disaster begins
and ends.
When it ends, and he also has power to extend the national disaster. This is against what we know should be right, that Parliament should oversight the executive. But here we're giving veto powers to the president to declare national disaster.
And you know the side.
Won't it be weaponized against us? Because we have seen instances of weaponization of the Constitution.
Right.
How sure are we? I think that's the question that is coming. We're not really trying to be antagonistic at everything the government is bringing or being negative, but because of previous history or what has been seen to be the norm of this regime and even the one that came before it, how sure are we these same bills will not be used against us?
Okay.
And the sad thing about all these bills, they are passed in Parliament.
Yes, the MPs are the problem.
That's the only place they can be passed.
And that's the only place they can be passed. That is the only place they pass it. And now even the saddest of all things is that most of the members of Parliament are not present to participate in these bills. These people we elect, for lack of a better word, allow me, we elect beggars in Parliament. They just go, they don't do nothing, they can't contribute to nothing, to anything, they are just there. Tell me of any time you have watched a Parliament proceeding and you've seen actually it's full of the 344 members. It is the only time when they are being sworn in, when there is a special sitting, when Gachagua is being impeached, and all of them have benefited some chums.
You've left out the time when they need to add their own benefits.
And when they want to add their own benefits and the State of the Nation address by the President and finance bill. But when they're addressing the bills that we see each and every time the President ascending into power, lands, what bill,
they're not there.
They are not there. But Kenyans do not know that there are so many bills that they have been created. Unasema ili change lini, unaambiwa we look into the law. We have a problem. And the members of Parliament and the people, we really need to have people who legislate. People who legislate, and that is the biggest problem we have in Kenya.
You know, the idea of holding leadership, the politicians we elect to account, it's been our biggest failing.
Yeah.
We agitate, we even get what we want. We agitated for multipartyism, we got it. We agitated for a new constitution, we got it. Then we don't guard it.
Yeah.
We assume that those we elect will guard it. They don't. We have enough evidence to demonstrate that you could argue they won't.
Yes.
So, how should citizenry vigilance look like?
For instance, right now, there is enough evidence of gross misconduct and violation of the Constitution upon the president to warrant an impeachment. There is enough grounds. So, if an impeachment motion is tabled, it is upon us, the citizens, to ensure that the person who represents you votes to say that you, as a citizen, you're not satisfied with the president and what he is doing.
Yeah.
If he votes against you, he is not fit to represent you. So there is citizen action and public court of opinion that says we can recall, but we can't recall because the specifications of that recall were not there. But we can make their life ungovernable because they live in the same societies with us, so that they can constantly remember who they work for. Because you will see, even amidst all the public participation that has been done on this finance bill, to say that it is not to our favor. As a matter of fact, do you know most of the things that we rejected in 2024 are back in this finance bill? For instance, like taxation on digital content creators. We were rejecting it in 2024. It's back in 2026, and they will vote for it despite us saying no. So the MPs need to be reminded by the citizens.
So how do we do this ungovernable thing for them?
Well, non-violent action.
Such as?
Such as we can go camp outside their houses. Yeah, I've not touched your house. I'm just outside your house. I'm not going to leave. I'll be here.
I'm asking you to come out.
Yes, address me. We will see if the
worship.
government can distribute all the policemen to all the homes, because we know these MPs own different homes in different locations.
They also have cops at those different locations.
It's not in all those locations that you have cops.
No, but the one that you will go to specifically that day, you will find a cop.
How will he know we are coming?
Okay. See, once you've arrived, then they will arrive also.
They have multiple businesses. If we occupy different businesses, for instance, Western Hotel, then we occupy Starbucks, then you get like you have many different businesses
how
that
would
we can.
I want to understand, and by the way, I totally get the concept. Trust me.
Yeah.
But how would we achieve that? Because you'd need to
the same exact way we occupied Parliament. Yeah.
You see, Parliament, we can decide right now. 20,000 of us even.
Yeah.
20,000 of us in Nairobi County today.
Yeah.
We can all find ourselves at Parliament.
Yeah.
We can find ourselves at State House or any other government installation that we feel we need to go. But you tell me, in all 47 counties, how we are able to reach all 300 and something MPs.
Okay, can I ask you something?
And mobilize individuals in all 47 counties, or at least in majority of the counties, even if not all.
Have you seen schools closing?
Yes, we have.
Aren't schools closing in almost all 47 counties?
I don't have the data on that, but I'll agree with you.
Students, do they have phones in school?
They do.
Well, to communicate with each other in technically.
Yeah.
According to the rules, they don't have phones. But ask yourself how one school has led to all those schools closing. It's very coordinated. So I'll answer you the same way.
Right.
It's very easy to coordinate citizen action if the resolve is clear. And right now it's clear that the MPs are our enemies.
Let me.
And that is where we are going to direct our anger.
I agree. Listen, hold on, Kama, and you can actually answer this question, because
it's not even to the president.
I come from Kitui County, right?
Yeah.
He comes from Kisumu. You remind me your county, Kiambu.
Yeah,
your county, Kiambu. So now, and I'm sure you have different MPs. Yes. So how is it that we can get people to go to my MP, his MP, your MP, and have actionable action, if I may call it.
It's not difficult.
In all, I will answer you 7 counties.
I will answer you because whatever you're saying has actually happened before.
Okay.
We started the conversation of the 2024 finance bill way earlier, before the finance bill had been read, when it was just a proposal. And the government, because it's so used to having citizens who do not care about what they are doing, they just wataongea tu. But we came, do you know, we even translated the finance bill in Kikamba, in Kikuyu, in Kisomali. We even had people coming up doing the same.
Yes.
Now, how did we get to arrive to occupy? And each and every county actually in Kenya was occupied at some, not actually each and every county, each and every constituency in Kenya was occupied.
Okay.
How did we get there? You know, whatever is getting you there, it is not someone. It is the state. It is the current situation.
The
anger and whatever is happening around. Because whatever is happening here is whatever is happening in Kitui, in Turkana, everywhere. The current state of the nation is the same. And that is why she's telling you, a school in Nakuru has led to another, has packed even a school in Njoro, here in Kiambu Alliance.
Hata Nairobi school wamefunga shule leo asubuhi.
Exactly. Just because, but they actually ukiuliza for what, for no reason. Wengine unauliza mbona mlifunga shule? Ati mbona mlifunga shule? Ati kwa sababu tulikuwa na school festival, tukaleta wa TikToker na tulikuwa tunataka meja, tumeenda home. Wengine ati mkate inaonja, chakula ya ng'ombe. You know, my friend, I am telling you, if we wanted to, we would, and we will. And let me tell you, and let me address the president. He has been so much used to, and we are not going to tire. If he tries kidogo, hivi tu. We are used, we have chapter 6, we will do the same. We will go camp, and instead of now even going to their homes, we will go back to the same place where they gather.
Yes.
Parliament. Okay. And we just go there and stand there outside. We say we are waiting for them. Now the problem with this country, you go peaceful with nothing, with your phone and water because of the scorchy sun, and you're drinking your water and, you know, seeing what is happening, unapigwa tear gas. Bure tu. Na kama if at all they were doing what is right for the people, why are they fearing?
Okay.
If at all they are justified to do whatever they are doing, why don't they come out and say, we have passed it because of your well-being? Your well-being is A, B, C, D. Lakini juni waoga, they are cowards. They are scared of work. And that is why they don't have the heart of deeds in their mind.
You have taken city's proverb.
You get. That is why they cannot do anything. You get. That is why we have to address these buggers as they are, because we have a country that is run. But you know, this lady mentioned about the impeachment. Sophie Mugore. She mentioned about the impeachment.
Yeah.
This guy should have been impeached. He should have been impeached long ago, a year after the office. But because all these people they are always coerced to do what they were not elected to do. Even now, Sophie.
Where is the problem?
Parliament.
Yes.
Parliament is the problem.
And the problem.
And this year, June 2026, we are dealing with the members of Parliament. We have no business dealing with the president.
No.
They are the ones to deal with the president on the impeachment motion. We are dealing with our representatives.
City is asking the problem, and why? Because Parliament originated from somewhere, and these members of Parliament went to Parliament because of Wanjiko. So the problem is Wanjiko, and Wanjiko made the problem, made the decided to do so 4 years ago. Now the same Wanjiko who have been patient long enough, and is now fed up with the nonsense these people feed us, including the president, the executive, the judiciary, everyone. Because Wanjiko is the boss. He's the one who pays these people. He funds their life. Wanjiko finances each and everything these guys go and do. It's the same Wanjiko who will go back to Parliament and tell them, by the way.
Can I just add to it? You see, this is something we should discuss and discuss as often as we can. For this reason, this problem is a compound one. There's a role that the citizenry needs to play, and we don't play it well. And it has an effect. We set in motion these individuals whom we elect to thinking they are our bosses, and we are the ones who have employed them.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay? And then it leads to them also thinking they can do what they like.
Yeah.
They allow themselves to be influenced. That's not what we elect them for.
Yes.
So we then point to the executive when the problem isn't actually there. If Parliament was doing its job,
Ruto would not be president today. There are enough grounds for his impeachment.
You know, we have to face the truth. We have to look at what we are and what our problems are, and we need to take on board the roles we have and our failures in ensuring that we play our role. We give our MPs so much free rein that the very thing that they're supposed to do, they end up doing the complete opposite. So now we get upset, and once you're upset, you know, your thinking is, how do I get rid of this pain? But you must pause and ask, how do we ensure that that vigilance is never let go of? Because when we let go of it, there are people who always look for the opportunity to do what they want as opposed to what they were elected to do.
I think there should also be consequences to enablers of the oppression. And it's not only even the members of parliament, even businesses that enable the oppressor need to start suffering economic boycotts from the citizens. For instance, can we all just begin by boycotting Safaricom? Because they're selling our data. They're selling our data to the oppressor to keep killing and abducting us. You get? We need to start showing that it is not only consequence to the government, but even to private institutions. Anybody who goes against the will of the people. Any institution, because our problem is the institutions, even political parties.
All right.
The institutions of this country are failing, and that is what we need to rebuild.
Sophie and Kamau, tumefika tamati. Nimewaibia zile dakika 10 nilikuwa nimewapotezea hapo awali. It's now 10:10. So I'll allow you 30 seconds closing remarks, and I'll start with you, Sophie.
I'm saying our focus needs to be the members of parliament. Let's keep an eye on parliament. There should be an impeachment motion coming soon. So in case your MP doesn't, then you know what to do. And Kenya needs a renaissance.
Over to you, Kamau.
I'm telling the government not to be so much used to the same thing. We are tired, we are aware, we are vigilant, we are seeing what they're doing. And if again they think that they know too much because we were quiet, this year we will be back. If they will not listen, we will still go down the same drill. You see, you can only put out fire by fire. Yes, so wakikuja na mbwekse, tunakuja na mbwekse. Wakikuja vizuri, tunakuja vizuri. Otherwise, one term, lazima aende, na finance bill inakuja, na budget inakuja na ni mbaya, na hiyo budget inafinansiwa na finance bill yenye inaenda kuingia kwa M-Pesa za watu, inaingia kwa bank statement za watu, M-Pesa transactions inataxiwa VAT, mitumba Gikomba itafungwa kwa sababu nguo zitagongwa VAT, farm products zinatolewa kwa zero rated, zinagongwa VAT. My friend, kama ni mbaya, ni mbaya.
So who do you think, this one I don't require an answer, who do you think influences all these taxes? That one?
IMF and World Bank.
Asongo in relation with IMF.
Ladies and gentlemen,
or their stomachs.
See you on Monday, bright and early.